Nope.
I know what the system is. What's the system? What'd you hit? Left, okay, right?
Carry platform, please come to the show right there. Carry platform.
Well, good afternoon. Certainly a pleasure to be out here in the green sawdust at the North American International Livestock Exposition. We're starting our show here this afternoon. We've got one Tunis Senior Ram Lamb. Certainly a very attractive individual as you view him from the side. A very long-sided sheep, really good on those feet and legs, and worthy of his first place honors today. Congratulations to these young exhibitors. I left it on.
In the Romney class, we have two individuals, again, two good, really good sort of rams. They've got good heavy bone on this first ram I've got up here, the white ram, good in his breed character extension up throughout. He's relatively level in his overall makeup. He's got some thickness and even enough fleece, tremendous character to it, good luster to it, good handle all the way through. I really do appreciate this natural colored ram we've got here in second. Again, a ram doesn't handle with quite as much length through his hind saddle, but I really like his extension up through his front end. Not quite as heavy bone, maybe just a touch up, just a little better on his pasterns. It's a close placing between the two. Two outstanding individuals going to line them up this way today.
At this time, we're ready for Tunis early spring ram lambs in the ring. We're ready for the Romney class. Second class of Romneys. For junior ram lambs. Placing on the Tunis class of senior ram lambs, first place to entry 1, Riverwood 6244. Frank Irvin of West Sunbury, Pennsylvania.
Well, good evening, and thank you for allowing me to come out to Louisville here again to start our junior show here in our shop ring. I think we have 6 really interesting ram lambs out here as we start our show. I think 6 rams that are really different in each of their makeup as we see them out here, and you got to work through that a little bit in my mind to part and piece all these bucks around. I think I'm starting with 2 rams that are most comparable in their overall makeup. I think they're really long-bodied rams. Rams exemplify a lot of muscle over that top, carry that muscle down in that lower part of the leg really well. They're bringing it out with a lot of extension up through that front end. We appreciate that in my mind. Starting with a ram, I think he's just the most complete ram to start this class off. He's a really big-footed ram. He walks it around very nice and true. He's probably not the longest as we view him from the side view, but when we talk about that expression over that rack and the amount of muscle down that lower part of the leg, just a really nice class winner in my mind. I think our ram here in second follows along as similarly as any in the class. In that aspect, we really like that front end, that extension. He is that notch longer in his overall body. I think he just gets a little frailer in his bone work, gets a little shallower at that flank versus our first place ram, but a really exceptional ram in his own right. The really big, massive ram, as we talk about overall sizes, our ram here in third, a ram you appreciate for the amount of bone that he's bringing out here today, the amount of muscle over that top. He just gets coarser about that front part of that shoulder, doesn't walk out quite as true as those 2 rams ahead of him in my mind when you're talking about a really deep-sided ram, really exemplary product here. Really eye-appealing ram is our ram here in fourth, a ram that's a little greener appearing as compared to those 3 rams ahead of him. We appreciate him for that really style in that front third as he comes up out of that shoulder. We really like that as we see him out here today. He just gets shallower in that overall makeup for me today as compared to those 3 rams ahead of him to get up any higher today, but a really nice handling ram. Then as we round out the class, our rams here in fifth and sixth, rams that just maybe don't have as much muscle in the lower part of that leg, just not the smoothness of the rams ahead of them, but a really nice class to start our Shropshire show. Well deserving big round of applause.
Results from the Romney class of senior ram lambs. First went to entry 2, E.C. Plank, 1503, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Second place to entry 1, Thistle Down, 504, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Now ready for early junior rams for the Shropshire show. Shropshire early junior ram lamb. Placing on the Shropshire class of senior Ram Lambs, first place to entry 1, Clark, 14128, Colby Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. Second to entry 2, Flanders VIP 4118, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third to entry 6, Sugar Ridge 1461, shown by Vivian Stevenson, Barracue, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 5, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 5 to entry 7, Taylor Young, Bell Buckle, Tennessee. 6th place to entry 3, Emily Petzel, Centraia, Wisconsin.
It's really great to be back to North American to judge your Suffolk show. Really, when we start to analyze these senior buck lambs, I like the foot size and the bone structure. The ram that's going to lead off this class, really an extended sheep when you're looking at him right at the center portion of that shoulder up into that neck junction, and when you get up on top of him, he's the longest and straightest spine from the point of that shoulder out to his hip. You sure like him from behind when you're looking at him as far as his width of base and dimension. For me, if I was going to change him, I'd like to deepen him up just a little bit in that flank area, but I think for me, he just kind of excels when we start to analyze from front to rear. The next ram kind of follows the type and kind. I do say I like the way this buck drops down into his flank a little bit more so than the ram that's going to win the class, but we sure like the width of his base out. We like to make him a little truer off of those rear legs once we get him out on the move. With that being said, a ram that once you get up on top of him, he's got the right shape of the shoulder. He comes back with enough flare into his rib and his lower rib to be able to withstand the size that we got in him. Then you get back behind him, he does have wide enough into his hip to move him up into that second position. The kind of the complete type of the sheep is here in third. I like the sheep the way he's off the side. He is the shortest from flank to flank. I like the more length of hind saddle in this particular sheep. And when you get up on top of him for a fall buck, I like to see him a little bit more mass into the top of that shoulder, into that top of that rib, and just blow him out into that rib cage, and especially down into that lower rib, and in order to be able to move him any higher. But really a complete sheep from end to end. Nice set of bucks to start the class off. Thank you.
Our judges today in ring 1 is Dave Smith of Earl Park, Indiana. In ring 2, we have Matt Scramlin of Holly, Michigan. In ring 3, Mark Johnson of Sandwich, Illinois. And in ring 4, Tim Fleener of Robisonia, Pennsylvania. Let's thank all three of those gentlemen for judging here at the North American in our junior breeding show.
In the Romney class here, we've got a couple of rams up here on top. Just got a tremendous amount of width to their base. They've got a lot of this ram on top, tremendously wide sprung through his rib. Just an awful lot of volume every which way you go with him. He's got some extension up through his front end, a good head. Just ties together extremely well, and just a logical place to start. The ram in second is the ram that most closely follows him in terms of that extension, the way he ties together. He's a very sound kind of a ram, very complete kind of a ram. Just doesn't have quite the overall volume working for him end to end. Two exceptional fleeces on these sheep. Let's go to the third ram, an extremely long top, very long-bodied kind of a ram, good heavy bone. Just not quite as smooth, not quite as complete. Don't know that he's going to be quite the overall complete sheep to what I've got at the top end. Thank you.
Placing on the class of junior ram lambs for the Romneys, first place goes to entry 4, Thistledown 516, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to entry 5, Thistledown 517, also Ethan Kennedy. Third place goes to entry 6, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Romney Ram. Following that, we'll have yearling ewes. Romney yearling ewes will be the class following our championship drive. Our champion Romney Ram went to the first place junior Ram Lamb, entry number 4, Thistledown 516, shown by Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. The reserve goes to the first place senior Ram Lamb, entry number 2, E.C. Plank 1503, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. Now ready for Romney Yearling Ewes. Placing on the Suffolk fitted senior Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 2, McClure 1492, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second to entry number 4, TSF 55S14, Trevor Torrance, Good Hope, Illinois. And third to entry 1, Alan Hale, Gerald, Missouri.
As we come out in our early springs here in our Shropshire show, two really good bucks to come up to the top part of this class. Two rams that you go back and forth with in my mind. We got the longer bodied ram here to start this class. I think a ram that's a little bigger over that rack. He's got a little more depth to that side stand, a little more bone. I like the head shape just a touch more as we talk about this first place ram. Just a really good example of a nice sound buck in my mind to start this class with. I think a ram here in second follows along as a really good handler. He's probably a notch harder in that muscle. As we get down that lower part of that leg, he just gets a little finer in that bone work. I'd like to change the shape of that head just a touch as we see him out here today. What an exceptional ram in his own right. Really well deserving to be in the top part of this class. Really flashy ram here in third, a ram we appreciate for that. He gets a little harsher over that top. Like to give him a little more rack shape as we get up over in that muscle, but he's got some really good length to that body, some nice spring to that rib. He's a really green appearing ram, I think. Ram that's going to continue to go out and grow and have a really bright future as we see him moving out. A nice ram here to follow right along in fourth. In my mind, really clean about that front third. We could maybe lengthen this ram out, make him a notch true out over that rump, give him a little more muscle on that lower part of that leg to move him up any higher in this class, but a really stylish ram in his own right. As we round out our class, top five here, a ram, a good handling ram. He just gets a little coarser as we talk about that rear wheels. I'd like him to walk out a little straighter and truer off those rear legs, stretch him out a little bit from flank to flank as we see him out here today, but a really well handling ram in his own right. Really nice classic ram lambs. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Earlier today, the Tunis Queen and Princess were interviewed and selected. We are proud of both our candidates. The 2016 Tunis Queen is Kaylin Swihart from Ohio, Perrysburg, Ohio. And the Tunis Princess is Heidi Barkley from Atglen, Pennsylvania. Emily Burns, the 2015 queen, is going to crown the queen.
A deep class in this Tunis Junior Ram Lamb class. Some different types and kinds out here in terms of maturity, mass, and so forth. As we analyze these top 4 or 5, some of the commonality we have within this top group, particularly the top 3, as you study their hip structure, study their tube base width, they tend to set themselves apart from the rest of the class rather handily. I really admire this first place ram for the way he handles down that top line. Of the top 3 or 4, he's the most consistent down that spine. He's tremendously long from that last rib back. As you analyze him and lay your hands on him, he's going to be 60+% hind saddle, put an attractive hip on him, really sound on his feet and legs, in a logical place for me to start today. A more useful appearing, a little bit younger kind of ram here in second, but similar style and package. In fact, a tad more angular through that front 1/3. I like the way his neck comes out of his shoulders. When the young man's showing him and gets him stuck, he really runs uphill, yet puts that into a package with some design through his hip structure and sound on his feet and legs. A ram that I really liked as he walked in the ring is our ram in third, a very massive ram. A ram that when he does stride around the ring is one of the most collected of the top 3. I like that about him. As I lay my hands on him, though, he doesn't handle as consistent down his top liner with the length that we have in the 2 above him. I like to change him through his front 1/3, kind of a deep-bodied, massive-fronted kind of sheep. The other extreme is the ram we have in 4th place. A very long-sided, very extended, extremely attractive profiling buck, but a ram that I need to blow apart, make him a little more wider, a little thicker, more like the 2 or 3 we have above him. The ram in 5th kind of rounds out this nice group of top 5. Long-sided, bigger bone, but a little more raw down his top. I'd like to make him handle a little more meat and dimension down that top line today. Nice way to continue on in our Tunis show.
Placing on the Shropshire class of early junior ram lambs. First place to entry 11, City Limit Sheep Farm 1510, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Second to entry 14, Flanders VIP 5050, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Third place to entry 18, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. 4 to 17, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. And 5 to entry 10, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Best fleeced ram for the Romney show went to E.C. Plank on entry 2, E.C. Plank 1503, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan, which was our reserve champion ram overall out of the senior ram lamb class.
In this class of Romney yearling ewes, we have 2 outstanding individuals. I'm going to opt to use a natural colored ewe on top of ewe that just has a tremendous amount of style and balance working for her from end to end. She's a big rib kind of a ewe. She's straight enough down her top. She's got some thickness and mass. Absolutely beautiful fleece on her. Just a tremendous ewe, extremely well balanced. I think she ties together very well. She's as fluid in her movement as anything in this class. She's up on her toes. I think she just logically slides to the top. However, not taking a thing away from this white ewe. This ewe is a tremendously long-bodied, big rib kind of a ewe. Very, very good breed character about her. She's not quite as smooth in her movement today, but again, 2 outstanding individuals in this Romney yearling ewe class.
Here in the Suffolk side, really got a ram that kind of surfaces fairly easily for me. We're going to talk a lot about structure today and the way these sheep are made as far as from the ground all the way up. I like the bone size, the foot shape that this particular ram has. He's got some width of chest. He brings that up with a lot of dimension in through the center portion of that shoulder, but still lays it in nice and neat as we analyze him through that shoulder area up the top of the shoulder and in through his neck junction. He comes back with the most power, width, and dimension off of his top and through his spine and out through his hip. He tracks as well as anyone else out here. I like his depth of rib and his depth of flank, but yes, he's got some elevation to him, and he's got stud ram, in my opinion, on him on where he needs to be today. The ram in second most closely follows a type and kind. He's not as deep into his rib or into his flank, but he's the other soundest ram that we have out here. He's wide enough into his chest floor. He's got some dimension and shape to that shoulder, and he comes up with some authority up and through his neck. He has a really extremely long spine when you're analyzing him from that last rib back, and especially out through his hip. I'd sure just like to deepen him up and give him some overall more natural thickness when we get down in that center portion of that leg to compare with the ram that won the class. We get on a really attractive sheep here next and third. Really like the length of spine. We like the depth that this particular sheep has. But for me, we need to stouten him up in his bone work. We need to stouten him up in his foot size. Need to get more dimension from that chest floor into that flank area. Just explode him out a little bit more into his rib. Got a great look to him. He needs to be more massive in his outline for me to get him up any higher and make him truer off the move when we get behind him to get him any higher today. But a nice pattern type of a sheep. The ram here next is one of those ram that does have that ruggedness about his bone. He's got ruggedness about his body. But then you get kind of off behind him. He really wants to narrow up too much for me today. I just sure like to give him more dimension of width base, make him a little truer and a little sounder from both ends to make him to get him any higher. Then around off the class with a ram with a really long spine type of a sheep. He gets a little PC for me. He wants to round off a little bit more in his makeup, like to square him up, make him truer and he's kind and give him a little more width. But a nice ram when you're analyzing from his head, the way he hooks into the top of the shoulders and his length of body. We just need to change him a little bit more to get him any higher. Nice class of ram lambs to evaluate. Thank you.
We need Suffolk-fitted late ram lambs to the ring, placing on the Romney yearling U class, first to entry 8, Thistledown 402, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second to entry 9, Thistledown 405, also Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Over on the Tunis ring, placings for the early spring ram lamb class. First place to entry 7, McCulley 1505, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 2, IHR 10, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio. Third to entry 8, Spildy 2752, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry 13, Caleb Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to entry 12, J.C. Coors of New Holland, Illinois. Placing on the class of Suffolk fitted early ram lambs, first place goes to entry 9, Herders Suffolk 5005, Raisa Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota. Second to entry 10, Begg 171, Allie Begg, Findlay, Ohio. Third place to entry 12, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. 4 to entry 15, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa. And 5 to entry number 13, Mallory Baum of Okina, Ohio. In ring one, Dave Smith is from Earl Park, Indiana. Dave farms full-time, both livestock and grain. He has a 200 brood ewe flock, as well as a small feedlot operation, and does a lot of direct marketing. He's been on the Columbia board and was at Purdue as part of the Purdue judging team.
In this class of Romney ewe lambs, we've got actually quite an interesting set of ewes to start going through. The ewe I've got up here on top, definitely not the biggest out here, but when you start analyzing her, she's a straight and level down her top. She's very square in her makeup. She's thick enough. She's wide enough. She's youthful. What really sets her apart is her exceptional fleece. She moves out with a long free stride. When you start tying her together, I think this is the ewe that she just is the most complete individual that you have to definitely reward. I really do like that fleece in terms of the luster, the character. It's very even. It's tremendous in its handle. Again, the very high luster. She's very good as far as her breed character. I think she slides the top end as the most complete ewe out here. Ewe in second, a natural colored ewe. I really like in terms of she's a flashy individual. However, she's just not quite as complete. She's not quite as strong down her top, not quite as even in the fleece as what I feel I had up in that first individual. I really do like the growth and extension of this third place ewe. She's a ewe you can't ignore. You're probably going to appreciate her a lot later on, but she's just not quite as straight and strong down her top. Not that exceptional fleece. She's got a good head on her, but it's just not that striking head that I find on that first individual. As we go down the line, we've got some more nice ewe lambs, just not quite as complete as what I felt I had right up on the top.
As we come to our late ram lambs here in our Shropshire show, starting with two powerfully made rams. Ram that's got two rams that got a lot of depth to that side as we see them out here. But they carry a lot of extension up through that front third. I'm starting with a ram I just think is the more complete ram as we see him out here. He's maybe not as long from that nose to tail as our second place ram, but I think as you get your hands on him, the amount of muscle he's carrying over that top, that length and width of loin, down through that center part of the leg, standing on a really big square foot out here today. Just a really nice ram to round out the start of this class in my mind. Once again, I think a ram here in second follows along very similarly. I'll grant he's a little bit notched longer from that flank to flank as we view him from the side. He just gets a little coarser over that top. I'd like to change how his head and neck come up out of that shoulder today to move ahead of our first place ram, but I think a really exceptional ram in his own right. Really powerfully made ram here in third, a ram we appreciate for that overall depth of side, that spring to that rib as we see him out here today. He gets coarser up and through that front third down into that chest for me today to get ahead of these two rams ahead of him today, but I think as we talk about a ram that's got a lot of muscle and a lot of power, he's really good in that aspect. Then as we round out our top five here, our rams here in fourth and fifth, our rams are a little more youthful in their overall appearances compared to those rams ahead of them. I'm starting with a really stylish ram here in fourth, a ram you like for that levelness in his overall body style as we see him out here today. He's a very green, very youthful appearing ram. I think a ram is just getting out pounded today by these rams ahead of him, but I think as we move forward, he's a really square made ram, and that's what's going to get him into fourth today over our ram in fifth. Ram in fifth is a really long bodied ram. He's the longest handling as we talk about in loin in our top five out here today, and that's what gets him up here very easily in my mind. He just gets a little coarser in his makeup, gets a little tighter up in that flank as compared to those rams ahead of him today to get up any higher, but an exceptional class all the way down through. Very deserving and big round of applause.
Results from the Romney Senior Ewe Lamb class. First place to entry 12, Little Hooves 527, Callie Burgess, Ada, Ohio. Second place to entry 10, Thistledown 501, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Third place to entry 11, Ethan Kennedy. Fourth to entry 14, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And 5 to entry 13, Callie Burgess, Ada, Ohio.
Here on the Suffolk side, 5 rams here to evaluate. We've got some give and take in here for me when we start to look at some soundness and the way these sheep are designed in their muscle shape. The ram that surfaces for me here today is the young man's ram. We start to see a ram with a little wider chest floor in him, a little more dimension and trueness when we're analyzing him through their shoulder. We start to compare him with the rams right below him. Really a good foot, got adequate amount of bone to him, then you get on top of him, and there's not as much wool there as we got in some of the rest of them. He starts to have enough width and dimension over the top of that shoulder into that rack. He's got the right amount of depth to his rib and flank where he needs to be at right now. I like the way this ram comes back. He's really level out through his spine and out through his hip. So for me, when we start to analyze the pieces that we have out here, he needs to surface here for me today in first. The ram in second is a real cool sheep off to the side. I love his extension when you're analyzing him off to the side. He's got the most extension up through his front end. With that being said, he doesn't have as much width of base, width of chest floor. He starts to narrow up over the top of that shoulder and out through his hip as we see the ram right above him. For this size of a sheep, I sure like to deepen him up and give him more shape and dimension and power into his rib and muscle shape to get him any higher. But you sure like his look off to the side, really a neat package. The ram in third, I like this sheep when you're analyzing him on his top. He's got really a big rib in him. He's got a big loin edge into him. With that being said, he also wants to tuck up into his flank. I like to drop him into his flank. Without much power up through his front end, then we get back behind him. We sure need to give him more width of hip. We need to give more dimension of muscle when we're analyzing him through that center portion of that leg to be able to move him any higher today. But a nice ram to be in third. The next buck we have here next with this young man doing a good job getting him shown. But I'd sure like to make him sounder off that one knee. He's got a little fluid there, and for me, that's an indicator that I don't like to see in these particular bucks. A long spine sheep. He is the greenest sheep that's out here. I think he's got a lot of good things ahead of him. We just change him that one area. We could do a little bit more with him. Then around off the class with another long spine, long hip type of a sheep, not near sounding up into the front end and those front legs to be able to move any higher. Nice class of rams. Thank you.
Another nice class here in the Tunis Ram Show in the late junior ram lamb class. Three rams that are very similar at the top of the class, but it's the differences that set them apart. I really admire the extra length and dimension that this first place ram brings us. I like the way he's a little more up in his chest floor, a little cleaner through his shoulders. Like the two behind him, the ram in first place is really square out over that top, really square out over that tailhead. I like that about him. Gets the ring around the ring pretty well on his feet and legs. A more massive ram in second, a ram with tremendous rib shape. I really like that about this ram. A ram that handles with a lot of muscle, maybe not quite as dynamic and fancy through that front end as what we have in our first place ram, but for the amount of rib shape he's got and the amount of product he brings us, he looks really cool. Ram in third place, best breed type ram in the top group or maybe within the class. Really admire the breed character on this ram. Long-sided, really massive. Maybe I'd like to make him tie together just a little more neatly and make him just a tick more consistent off those rear legs. Ram in fourth place, one of the larger framed rams in the class, going to be the largest framed yearling ram, I would guess, within this group. Certainly, we appreciate that dimension that he brings us. Maybe like to blow him apart a little, give him a little bit more mass down his top relative to the rams we have right around him. Similar story in our next ram, a real long-bodied, rugged, featured kind of ram. Like to smooth him up down his top just a little bit today. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
In this Romney U class, we've got a U up here again. This that complete individual. She has the exceptional fleece. I think definitely the one with the most luster, the most character. It's as even as you go across the side. Good enough breed character. She just ties together. She's pretty straight down her top. She just ties together, moves out as long, free astride as anything, and I think just sort of an easy place to start this class. U in second, the natural colored U is the most logical place to go next. U that again has that extension. She's got enough rib to her. She's got tremendous balance. She's got just a lot of style burning for her all the way through. I do like this third U, U that good-headed kind of a U. She's a little more a little earlier maturing her overall pattern. Very nice, even sort of fleece, a little harder to evaluate in terms of the luster at this point, as all the lanolin has been taken out of it. But I think, again, it's very even as it appears to, as you go across the side. She's fairly straight in her top, maybe not quite as strong right behind her shoulders, what I felt I had right up on the top ewe. The fourth ewe, a very youthful, juvenile appearing kind of a ewe just doesn't have the impressive fleece that I felt I had right up on top, but I think after you shear this off, reevaluate it, it's go over the next year, ewe that you still have to appreciate for the brood ewe potential she does possess.
6 really nice Shropshire rams out here for our champion drive. I think some rams, maybe when you stand on the ring, don't match up all the time in your view, but when you get your hands on, I think you see the similarities in these rams. They're really long handling. They're really big muscle rams over the top, carrying that muscle down into that lower part of the leg. I think the rams, they're good enough in their overall structure as we get them out here today. I think when we're talking about males, that's a big important factor we want to look at out here today. I'm really happy with these 6 rams. I'll go out and select your champion reserve. Let's give all of them a really nice round of applause. Brought out a nice set of rams here in our Shropshire show.
The Slick Shore and Tunis Ram Lamb class, we're going to show a ram that used the ram today that uses just a little more performance, has a little more weight per day of age today than our second place individual. Second place individual might be a little cleaner in his lines, but today we're going to use a little bit more product. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Now ready to show for champion Tunis Ram. Placing on the Shropshire class of later junior Ram Lambs, first place went to entry 27, Plaza 1242, Dalton Payne, Agency, Missouri. Second to 29, City Limits Sheep Farm 1547, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to entry 30, Brianna Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 4 to 28, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And 5 to entry 31, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Placing on the Romney Junior ewe lambs, first place went to entry 18, Thistledown 512, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Second place to entry number 17, Little Hooves 5112, Ethan Kennedy. Fourth place to entry 22, Ethan Plank, Hillsdale, Michigan. And third place to entry 15, Teresa Romas, Chichester, New Hampshire. Fifth went to entry 7, Catherine Romas of Chichester, New Hampshire. Placing on the Tunis class of Slick Shorn Spring Ram Lambs, first to entry 53, Kellums 23, shown by Portia Kellums, Anderson, Indiana. Second place to entry number 29, Triple M Ranch 0080, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the late spring Ram Lamb class for the Tunis, first to 19, Spildy 2869, Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 20, Spildy 2877, also Avery Spildy. Third place to entry 26, Avery Spildy. Fourth place to entry 22, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. And 5 to 21, Cooper Parsons, Warrensburg, Missouri. Champion ewe for the Romney Show went to the first place yearling ewe, Thistle Down 402. That was entry number 8, Ethan Kennedy, Canandaigua, New York. Ethan also had the reserve champion on the second place yearling ewe, Thistle Down 405. Now showing best fleeced ewe for the Romneys. After that, we go to Shetlands. So Shetland Senior Ram Lambs, please be getting those ringside and ready.
Shetland Senior Ram Lambs, ringside and ready.
Here on the Suffolk side, the 6 Rams we have out here are your 3 class winners and your seconds in the groups. These are the Rams that came out that were the soundest group that we had in each individual Rams that's got some extension to them, but yet they got some muscle shape and dimension. There's a couple Rams out here I think present extremely well. You know, for me, we need sure make them need to be correct. We need to have some structure. We need to have some meat and muscle in them. We need to have some length of body and be able to have some grow left into them. And so you got some differences out here, and that's okay. For me, I'm going to go out and find the 2 that kind of come together as well as anything out here. I'm going to continue on to better the breed, in my opinion. Nice group of Rams to evaluate. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
The quality in the Tunis Ram Show here this afternoon has been very pleasing. I think that quality is represented quite well out here in the individuals we have to select from in picking our champion Tunis Ram. I think it gets very competitive. I think there's several different ways we could go as we analyze structure down their top line, structure on their feet and legs, hip, meat, muscle, etc. I think several of these Rams are strongly in contention. Let's put our hands together and give them a nice round of applause as we go out and select our champion and reserve champion Tunis Rams.
It's been a pleasure to go through this group of Romneys. We haven't had a lot of numbers, but there has been some quality. The 2 yearling ewes that I use for Champion Reserve are more of the classic show sheep. When I come back to a best fleece, again, it depends on what your criteria you want to use. What I'm looking for at this point is what I would consider the best classic style, what I would consider a classic style Romney fleece with good character, very even, still have some a little bit of density to it when you have some volume to it, some heft, and has a tremendous amount of luster to it. And I think the one fleece that most exemplifies that to me will be the young lady out here with the purple halter on. That would be what I would consider the best fleece today.
For the Tunis, our champion Ram goes to the first place late spring Ram Lamb, entry number 19, Spildy, 2869, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve went to the early spring Ram Lamb, McCully, 1505, Kyle McCully, at Glen, Pennsylvania. We need Tunis early yearling ewes into the ring. Tunis early yearling ewes. We're showing slick Ram Lambs for the Suffolk Show. And we're ready to move on to the Shetlands over in ring number 1, and we need senior Ram Lambs in the ring. Best fleeced ewe for the Romney Show went to our first place in the senior ewe lamb class, Little Hooves 527, Callie Burgess of Ada, Ohio. For the Shetlands, we have 2 splits in your show. The Junior Ram Lamb class, number 2, is split. We have an early class of March 7 and earlier, and a late class of March 25 and later. March 7 and earlier is your early class of Junior Ram Lambs. Your late class, March 25 and later. We also have a split for your Junior Ewe Lambs. The early class will be those born March 5 and earlier. The late class, March 22 and later. Again, the early class of Junior Ewe Lambs for the Shetlands will be those animals born March 5 and earlier. The late class, those born March 22 and later. Shetland exhibitors, we're ready for Senior Ram Lambs. There's only 2 entries in that class, so please have that early class of Junior Ram Lambs ringside and ready. Again, early Junior Ram Lambs, those born March 7 and earlier. Morgan Muncie, your class in the Tuna Show. Early yearling ewes is in the ring. Morgan Muncie, your early yearling ewe class is currently in the ring. Further to introduce our judges in ring 2 today is Matt Scramlin of Holly, Michigan. Matt's the co-owner of Scramlin South Downs, and he farms 600 acres of horse hay for Scramlin Farms. They have owned sheep for 35 years, showing and selling all over the country with several breeds. He's judged the All-American Junior Show, the Northeast Youth Show, the Big E, and the National Suffolk Junior Show, among other shows. Let's welcome Matt Scramlin to your show today as well. Mark Johnson is down in ring 3. Mark and his wife Amy and daughter Emily operate A&M Ranch, which was established in 1979 as a Southdown flock. Mark is from Sandwich, Illinois, but a graduate of Oklahoma State University and Joliet Junior College. Mark is a livestock and equine specialist for Purina Animal Nutrition. His clients are in northern Illinois, southern Wisconsin. Mark and Amy also work as consultants and custom fitters. Mark also is an national ambassador for Honor Show Chow Feeds. In that capacity, he provides technical information to the nutritionists and educational programming for the sales staff and customers. Mark has judged breeding sheep and market lamb shows from California to Massachusetts, including 16 different Nally shows. And we have Tim Fleener in ring 4. Tim is from Robisonia, Pennsylvania. He's a pastor at Richland Church of the Brethren. He's also swine service manager with Smithfield. Tim and his wife Sarah raise Hampshire and Shropshire sheep, and they also are owners of South Mountain Show cattle. Let's welcome Tim Fleener and also Mark Johnson to your show as well. The stars of Louisville Hampshire sale are needed in the sale arena. So if you have stars of Louisville Hampshire sale sheep, they're needed in the sale arena at 5 o'clock for that show and sale, which is scheduled at 5:30. Junior Hampshire, fun activities and pizza party, and a short meeting will follow the stars sale today in room C101.
In this first Shetland Ram class, I'm going to opt to use the Ram definitely with the softer fleece. It's much better in its handle as you go across the side. A good dual coat fleece that we find on this kind of a Ram. Ram that he's as long in his stride as either one of the two out here. You'd like to level up his top a little. I think there's a little more width and dimension to the second Ram. It's a very close placing between the two. I'm just going to opt to use him this way, preferring the fleece today.
For the Romney For the Shetland Show, our senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 2, Liberty Acres, Ernie. Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Second place to entry 1, Liberty Acres, Alvin. Also Elizabeth Lovett, Parker City, Indiana. Now ready for our early class of junior Ram Lambs. Early junior Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Those animals born March 7 and earlier.
Here in the Suffolk ring, we've got these top 3 bucks, I think, kind of just bring themselves for me to the top. And you could probably switch them around on what you're kind of looking for. I think we need to be somewhat careful when we start to analyze these sheep, whether we're looking at them slicked or fitted, on how long we have them from that last rib back. I think we can't forget we want to get as much muscle and shape into them as possible, but we also need to keep that hip as long as we can so we can take that next generation and get those lambs out of them like we need to be. And I think we can get a little carried away when we start to analyzing these sheep and forget some just practical things that we need to have when we get in that lambing barn. The ram that's going to win the class is the longest spine ram that we have out here. You like him out through his hip. He's got a lot of width and dimension when you're analyzing his top shape. Maybe not quite as much rib shape when you get on top of him as the ram in second, and I will grant him that. But when we look at this ram, it's going to win the class. Extremely powerful from that last rib back. He's got enough length into him. He carries that muscle shape into the center portion of that leg, and he's a little square and a little truer. We're analyzing total muscle shape and dimension out through his hip, his dock, and down through that center portion. And for me, with that added length into him, he puts himself together extremely nice and neat for me. He's going to be in first. The ram in second, I like this ram a lot when you get your hands on massive top, massive rib. But when you get back behind him, Then you'd like as much mass as he have and depth as he has. You just want to explode those hips out just a little bit more, give him more muscle shape and dimension and depth into that center portion, that twist, in order to get him any higher. A nice sheep's going to do a great job. If you're starting to look at that weather end of it, you can do some nice things with that. Those are some things I like to change about him in order to get him in first today. The ram in third, really attractive sheep off to the side, probably as attractive as the top three. But then you get on to him, he's one of the shortest ones from that last rib back, a little bluer in his color that I like to change that about him. And then you get back behind him, we don't see quite as much muscle and muscle dimension as the two rams above him, but you love his foot size, you love his bone and his dimension. Then around off the class with two rams that we sure like to change in their design as far as rib shape. This next ram's a really a young Pyrenean lamb. He's also the narrowest base when we start to analyze him from top to. He needs some more time and development into him to be more competitive, but he's got some pieces into him that you really like. Then around off the class, really a ram that's got a lot of extension up through his front end, but when you get back behind him, we just need to deepen him up in his flank. We need to give him more power and muscle shape in from behind and true him up to get him any higher today. But overall, a nice class of rams from first to fifth.
Results from the Suffolk Slickshorn Ram Lamb class. First place goes to entry 28, McCauley 3193, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 2 to entry 27, Krinsky Club Lambs 141501, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. Third place to entry 30, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry number 29, Kareen Fair, Millersburg, Ohio. And 5 to 26, Rhett Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota.
I need overall Suffolk champion ram.
We're now ready to show for overall champion ram for the Suffolks. Ready to show for overall champion ram for the Suffolks, and that's what's in the ring to show. So we've got our fitted champion and that first and second out of the slick. So we need a reserve on the Suffolk fitted. So we need the champion fitted ram from the Suffolks in the ring, please.
Very nice class of Tunis females out here, and the one that starts the class certainly isn't hard to find for most of us. That's a pretty unique kind of Tunis female. As you analyze her about her breed type, her footwork, really impressive. Throw it into a big package, it just explodes back into a monster hip and loin on her. Just a really, really unique individual. Would I like to take some of the cover off her? Yeah, I'd like to take some of the cover off her and make me believe that she's 100%. But I mean, just study the structure, study the mass, and a real good place to start. Second and third get real close in my mind. I'm choosing to go with a ewe that shows me a little bit more natural center width of body cavity, a little bit more power, really runs uphill. Nice job on that one, young ladies. Get into the third place ewe. She's a ewe that's a really cool sheep. She just doesn't want to be a show sheep today. She's a long-sided, good-footed, angular female, just not as much power when we get around behind her as the two right ahead of her. Really nicely presented ewe in fourth, a ewe with a little bit more width and dimension, a little bit more squareness out over that tail set, but a little more conventional through that front end. Young man or ladies, ewe that rounds out in fourth, good bone, good footwork, strong top, rounds out a nice strong group in the top 5.
Here for your champion Suffolk Ram, we've got the slick bucks out here, and we've got the fitted bucks. Really like what you bring out here, whether you got the clothes on them or you've got them over here with the clothes off. We sure like the dimension that these bucks have in. They've got some depth of rib, they got some depth of flank, but yet they got some elevation, and they got some grow left in them. We got some differences when we start to see when we start to look at the fitted bucks up against the slick bucks as far as some size. But how do they fit together with size, and how do they look from that base width and come up through, and how they look at themselves up on top of the shoulder and out through the rib, and what kind of muscle shape and design they have into them when you get on top of them. I think for me, structure is number one. We need to start from the ground up. I don't care what breed you're in or what species you have. That's where we need to start. We need to have a good foot. We need to have right size of bone shape and dimension and substance to them as we get up into that structure and in that size. And I think that's, for me, that's kind of breaks these sheep up just a little bit. When we start to analyze muscle shape and width and dimension of rib and top and hip, and when we get back behind them, we start to look at muscle shape into the center portion of that leg and down through that twist. Boy, you really have to be impressed with what we see out here. For me, as far as structure and the way these sheep are made and the way these sheep come together and tie themselves together and looking at a total package, for me, we're going to use the two fitted rams to be your champion reserve. Really a power when you get right up on top of this sheep. I love this sheep when you get right up on top of him. You look at that rib, you got some depth of rib into him, you got some depth of flank, but yet you got some youthfulness about him. You could use a lot of things, good things about this sheep, and the following reserve on this sheep. And I think what really breaks this sheep up against your first place and champion slicked is the way these sheep are made in through the shoulder and into that rib. We got more rib shape and dimension off the top and into the center portion of that rib. We got more depth of flank, and you got more muscle and power when it's all said and done, more and better off the feet and legs, and I appreciate that. Really a nice set of bucks to evaluate for your champion and reserve overall. Let's give these young people a round of applause.
Our Suffolk ring, our overall champion ram, went to our fitted champion ram, which was first in the fitted early ram lamb class, entry 9, Harder Suffolks 5005, Raisa Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota. The reserve went to our reserve champion fitted ram, Beg 171, Allie Beg, Findlay, Ohio.
In the Shetland ring, we've got a ram up here that he's just the soundest, most complete individual. Squarest in his overall design, very straight and very level. One of the softest fleeced rams out here. Good in its handle. I think he just ties together very well, and he's a good logical place to start. We've got a little bigger ribbed ram here in second. Shows just a little more growth at this point, just not quite as sound as what I had up on top. As we go down the line, we've got rams that pretty decent sort of rams, just not quite as straight, square, and level, not quite as correct in their feet placement and their movement as what I feel I had right up on the top end.
really good, really deep class all the way down through here in our Shropshire Yearling U class for just the first set. I think all those youth that are on the side over there need to be committed as we go up all the way down through this class. There's really good females that I'm sure have won all summer as we see them out here today. Just a really deep, powerful class. Hence the reason why I kept 7 out here in our top lineup to talk about. I think it's very deserving as we see out here today. Starting with 2 really flashy, really feminine ewes to start this class. In my mind, starting with the most complete ewe in the class. She's not the longest as we view her from the side, but when you talk about a ewe that's good about her feet and legs, she's got a lot of extension up through that front end. She's level about that top. She's carrying an exceptional amount of muscle over that top. Just putting it together in a really exceptional package, in my mind, comes out and wins this class very nicely. I think our ewe here in second follows along as close as any in that overall type and kind. She's maybe that notch longer in her body as we view her. She just gets a little finer in her bone work in my mind. Not carrying quite the same amount of power as that first place ewe, but an exceptional ewe in her own right. Start moving into some other ewes. We move down the line. I think as we talk about yearling ewes, we need to always watch as we talk about condition and the amount of white muscle that they're carrying through them, and that's what's going to separate many of these down through here. Starting with a powerful ewe here in third, a ewe you like for that depth of rib, that amount of muscle down through. She just doesn't tie together as nicely up through that front third, carrying quite a bit more condition down in that chest floor as compared to those ewes ahead of her, to get spinning higher in my mind, but a really long body, really good ewe in her own right. Same for our ewe here in fourth, a ewe we appreciate for that. She just stands a little straighter off those rear legs than I'd like her as we see her out here today to move up higher, but a really long-bodied, level-made ewe in her own right. Powerful ewe here, a ewe that's really got that tail head right up on the top of her hip. We appreciate her for that, the amount of muscle. She's just carrying more condition, down a little bit in her overall frame as we talk about those ewes ahead of her out here today, but an exceptional ewe. Coming down our ewe here in sixth, a ewe you like when you get your hands on her. She gets a little flatter though about that muscle. It's a little off on those rear legs. We'd like to get a little more set to that hock as compared to those ewes ahead of her. Rounding out our top 7, a ewe I wanted to keep up here. She's that eye-appealing ewe. You can't miss her as you talk about that front third, that extension up through that front end, that prettiness, how she lays in through that shoulder, standing off that front third. She just gives up too much in that overall body length aside. As I see her out here today, gets a little tighter up in that flank to get ahead of these ewes ahead of her. But I think just a really expressive ewe up through that front end through, all the way through. Really good class, Shropshire Yearling ewes. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
In the Suffolk ring, my name is Chuck Ream. I'm representing the United Suffolk Sheep Association Scholarship Committee, and we are going to award 3 scholarships today. There are 2 scholarships for $1,000 each, which are the scholarships representing the United Suffolk Sheep Association. Then there is another scholarship for $1,000, Let's Grow Suffolk's, donated by anonymous donor each year. 2 of the recipients are here. We would like to welcome Grant Friesian and Jacqueline Knutson into the ring, please. Grant, who is from Indiana, is the recipient of the Let's Go Suffolk Scholarship, and Jacqueline Knutson and Katie Frost. Jacqueline is from South Dakota. Katie Frost from Ohio is the other recipient of the $1,000 scholarship. Let's please welcome me and join me in congratulating these young people. Thank you.
In this late Shetland class, I'm going to opt to use what I consider the best flea sheep in this class. Tremendous handle to it, very soft in its handle. Again, a nice character to it. It's just a good handling Shetland type flea, excuse me. Excuse me. Ram that he's got some length to his top. He's pretty sound. He's fairly long in his stride. Good head on him. He ties together very well. The ram in second, a bit harsher in his fleece, but a ram that's definitely square in his makeup. There's just not a lot to him when you get your hands on him. There's not a lot of spring to his rib, but he's very sound, very long in his stride and up on his toes compared to the other rams out here. So we go down the line. We've got some rams that just not quite as complete, are not quite as sound as what I felt I had up in the top end.
Placing on the class of early yearling ewes for the Shropshires, first place goes to entry number 41, D. Hicks 1404, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place to entry number 37, SS Shrops 141, Colby Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. Third place to entry number 43, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 33, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And 5 to entry number 47, Kenyon Buckland of Huntington, Indiana.
Difficult class here in the second class of two this yearling ewes. I think several nice ewes out here. I think ewes that are fairly complete, but ewes that have some differences, and it's a matter of where we want to place our priorities. I chose to use a ewe that I think is a little bit shorter pastern, a ewe that tracks around the ring really, really well. I like the way she keeps some base widths, keep those pasterns up. She holds herself together probably as well on the move as any. I like her mass, tremendous hip set on this ewe. I like her rib and her belly, a ewe that's in good condition. She wants to run downhill too much for me, and that struggles with me where I want to put her because of that. I'd like to raise up that front shoulder relative. She gets a little higher in her hip. Ewe in second does a better job of that. She comes much more naturally up into her front end, runs the way she ought to from front to back a little better for me. A really straight top ewe here in second. I like that as well. Not as much total hip and power. A tad longer in that pastern, and that's what splits that pair. Ewe in third profile is really cool. A ewe that's neck sits right up on top of her shoulder. Love that about her. Again, a better top ewe. A ewe that gets a little rougher through that brisket area, a little higher in her flank as we view her from the profile. Ewe next in line. Again, a ewe with a lot of width and dimension. I like that about her. A ewe that cuts up a little when you get around behind her. Not quite as unique through that front end as maybe a couple we have above her, but for mass and soundness, she works her way into the top group rather nicely. Again, a long-sided, very broody ewe here in fifth. A ewe that gets a little flatter in her muscle shape, not quite as dynamic in her hip, but really cool through that front end. Nice class of Tunis.
For our Shetland show, our junior Ram Lamb class was split. The early class results: first to entry 7, Windskept Knuckles, shown by Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to entry 8, Windswept Link, Joe and Alex Ludlam. Third place to entry 3, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. 4 to entry 6, Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana. And 5 to entry 5, Olivia Glenn. In the late class, first place goes to entry 10, Liberty Acres Pint, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to 13, Liberty Acres Eagle, Elizabeth Levitt. Third place to entry 11, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And 4 to entry 9, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Our champion Shetland Ram goes to entry number 7. First place in the early junior Ram Lamb class, Windswept Knuckles, shown by Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. The reserve was second in that class, entry number 8, Windswept Link, also shown by Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Now ready for the Shetland class of yearling ewes, please. Placing on the late yearling ewe class for the Tunis. First place goes to entry 52, Spildy, 2517, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 45, Brown, 127, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio. Third to entry 50, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to 51, Frank Irvin of West Sunbury, Pennsylvania. And 5 to entry 46, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. For the Suffolks, we are doing our early class of fitted yearling ewes. Those are animals born in January or earlier. Early fitted yearling ewes born in January or earlier should be in the ring.
Interesting class of Suffolk yearling ewes to start off the class. We're using a ewe that, in my estimation, is big enough. She's a big sheep. Man, she's big. If I'm going to use a big sheep, she's got to be pretty good, and I think she's awfully good. She's the widest and truest tracking female that we have out here. I like her foot size. I like her bone shape and the bone structure. She's got enough width of chest floor into her. She comes up with enough flare to the shoulder. She's got some width of shoulder into her, but she's got an awesome front end. I really like the way she extends out into that head and neck junction. She's not the longest spine sheep out here, and that's probably a good thing because she probably would fall apart if you allowed her to do that. She's extremely good up at the top of her shoulder. She comes back with the most width and dimension and length of hip of any female out here. She's deep enough into her rib. She's deep enough into her flank. She's the widest base female. She's got her dock up where she needs to be. And when you get a big sheep like that kind of puts themselves together, they keep themselves together with that much mass and dimension, for me, she's going to win the class. The ewe in second is as long as spine ewe when you get her out here and you look at them off the move. A really long spine. She doesn't come together quite as well. When you start to see her just stop and come a natural, she wants to break a little bit there at the shoulder. She doesn't come back with as much dimension, and when we get back behind her, and especially into that lower and center portion of that leg, she's not as wide a base as what I think she needs to be for that much length and without having quite enough muscle shape and dimension into the twist. But here's an awfully good ewe to be in second. The ewe in third is a very complete type of a sheep. I like this female for what she brings out here. When you watch this particular female walk, she brings herself up underneath ever a little bit too much for me. She's a little too heavy in her condition when you're analyzing her, that white muscle into that rib, and she wants to round off and be a little more plainer when you're looking at her from the front end. But she's got a lot of power and dimension and mass when you get up on top of her and out through the hip. She just excels. She excels really over that fourth place ewe when we start to analyze that. A little bit more plainer in her makeup when we look at the top three. But there's a female that's going to make this young man some money when you get her in the lambing barn. The ewe here that we ran off the top four, you like this ewe really for her length of spine, really extremely long, very similar to the ewe that's going to be in second. What I find with her is she's deeper into her chest floor, she's deeper into her rib than she is through her flank. I'd sure like to change that about her. And when you watch this particular female walk, she's the narrowest tracking from behind and not quite as feminine when you're analyzing her head and her head shape as the ewes right above her. But an awfully good set of females to evaluate for this first class of yearling ewes.
In the Slick Shore and Tunis yearling ewe class, a lot of different types and varieties out here. We need to look at some of the differences in structure and fat deposition and how they're just put together. I think as we analyze the ewe that wins the class, she's a ewe that's more ideal in her condition. She's more uniform in her cover, much better out over that hip, more blown apart at that tail set. It's got a little bit more natural dimension down that top. I like the long-sidedness of our second ewe. I like the fact that she's more up in her chest floor, a little more balance in her lines, a good tracking ewe. Wants to get awful patchy in that fat over her tailhead, not quite as natural, as much width and dimension out over her hip as we have in our ewe in first. Ewe in third, a big old stout rugged bone kind of ewe. I like that about her. Got some rib and broodiness about her. Like to clean her up over that dock set a little bit today. We get into our fourth place ewe, a ewe that's, again, probably more ideal in her cover, more uniform in her cover, just not quite as well balanced, not quite as put together in terms of a structure and femininity perspective as the three we have right above her. I left this ewe up here in fifth place because I like her design as well as any. She's better down that top, good on those feet and legs, not near as sloppy as a lot of the ewes we have in this class.
We need Tunis senior ewe lambs to the ring, please, And we need our second class of yearling ewes for the Suffolks. Those are February-born fitted yearling ewes for the Suffolks in the ring. Placing on the Slickshorn yearling ewe class for the Tunis. First to entry 5-5, Shambo 448, Mitch Schmidt, Centralia, Missouri. Second to 60, Junkyard Diva, RQL Farms 14308, Caleb Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Third to 61, Portia Kellums, Anderson, Indiana. 4 to 57, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 63, Ruby Stack, Cedarville, Ohio.
Have an exceptionally nice class of Shetland yearling ewes out here. I'm opting to use a couple of ewes up here on the top end. They are towards the larger size, larger ewes, and I still think they fall within the category. Or when you start going through the scorecard, they do make it. They've got enough breed character. They're very good kind of ewes. The ewe I'm starting with, just more rib to her. She's got more volume, more spring to her rib. There's just a little more to her. She's got a good dual coat fleece on her. Very soft in its handle as you go across the side. Just an exceptionally sound, complete kind of a ewe. The ewe in second, a ewe that a bit more impressive, maybe a bit larger in her outline. The single coat, it's presented a little longer fleece, makes her look like there's a little more there than what, when you get your hands on her, than you find on that first ewe. But two exceptional ewes up here in the top end. As we come to the third ewe, another very sound, complete, long strided kind of a ewe. Doesn't tend to move out quite as square behind as what we had up on those top two. Not quite the overall width and volume working for from end to end, but another complete kind of a ewe that, again, I think has some utility taking a hold in this breed. More good ewes in fourth and fifth. They're sound enough, they're complete enough, they move out very well. Again, nice sort of fleeces on them. They tie together pretty well and good representatives for the breed. As we go down the line, some more nice ewes, just not quite as highly fitted, not quite as far along, not quite as flashy in terms of show sheep today.
As we come into our second class of Shropshire yearling ewes, had two ewes that, in my mind, won this class pretty easy, right? Very early on when they walked out in the ring. I knew it was going to come down to these two, and then we were just going to sort the class up to them, and then I was going to have to work these two. I think two exceptional ewes, as we see them standing out here, the type of females that I like to look for. They're really straight and square, standing on all four corners. You see them out here. They got enough bone for females. Then they got a lot of length to that side, really extended up through that front end. Overall, just two tremendous ewes in my mind. Start with the ewe, I think, is just holds that top together just a touch more. When you get your hands on her, she's just a notch wider over that top, just a notch longer in that loin, but it comes very close between these two exceptional ewes in their own right. Once again, are you here in second? Maybe a notch longer in her overall body style. That handling over the top. She didn't want to hold together on that top quite as good as our first place ewe, but two exceptional females in their own right. Very good representatives in my mind. Coming out of ewe here in third, I think follows along very similarly as we talk about that front third of this ewe, that extension she's carrying, how she's carrying up through that shoulder as we ties into that. She's got a nice level on type of her body. She just gets a little shorter in that overall length of side. Not carrying quite the muscle over the top of these two ewes ahead of her, but exceptional ewe in her own right. really long-bodied ewe, really nice rib-shaped ewe here and forth. Ewe does, I'd like to tie that neck and shoulder junction a little smoother, a little cleaner as compared to those ewes ahead of her, but we like this ewe for that overall length of body and handling as we get her out here today. We round out our ewes here in 5th and 6th in this top group. So the ewe here in 5th, I think, a really deep-sided, really heavy muscled ewe. She's just carrying a little more condition over those ribs, down a little bit in that overall frame size of those ewes in their comparison ahead of her, but a good ewe with a lot of muscle over that top and down into that leg. Then I round her out with our ewe here in 6, just gets a little finer in her bone work, not carrying it together quite as nicely as she gets out on the walk as compared to those ewes ahead of her. But all the way down through a really exceptional group of females. Let's give all these exhibitors a really nice round of applause.
Placing on the Shetland class of yearling ewes, first place to entry number 14, Windswept Crumpet, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to entry number 17, Sammy Ludlam's Sabata, shown by Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third place to 25, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to entry 23, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 24, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. For the Tunis, we're now showing senior ewe lambs. Tunis senior ewe lambs are this a class that's in the ring. Following it, we will judge for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. So we'll need the first and second place animals from the early yearling ewe and late yearling ewe and slick shorn yearling ewe, as well as this senior ewe lamb first and second at that time.
In this class of senior ewes, we've got a ewe up here on top. She's just a little straighter, a little leveler down her top, a little more complete in the way she ties together. She's a bit plainer fleece, but a ewe that I think she's sound enough and complete enough to go ahead and use her. The ewe in second is a ewe that follows her most closely in type, a ewe that doesn't necessarily overwhelm you with size and volume, but she's sound enough and she's complete enough, straight enough top. There's just not quite enough to her to get above the ewe above her.
For the Shropshires, our late yearling ewe class, placing on that class, first place to entry 65, Merzinski, 14-19, shown by Claire Bodell, Fortville, Indiana. Second to 66, City Limit Sheep Farm, 14-25, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland. Third place to entry 75, Emily Petzel, Centura, Wisconsin. 4 to entry number 64, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. And 5 to entry 77, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana.
A really good senior ewe lamb in this Tunis senior ewe lamb class. A ewe that tracks around the ring very well, a very up-headed female that just gets progressively wider and more explosive as we come back. Really nice in her rib design, very parallel in her lines. little bit smaller package than our second place ewe, but a ewe that's made very similarly. Again, a ewe that's really nice out over that hip, stands with some base width about her, a ewe that's got an attractive future ahead of her, a little bit more youthful appealing. I moved this ewe up here into third place. She's not being the most cooperative today, but I really like her bone. I really like the breed type on this female. A ewe that handles with some freshness. I like that about her as well. We get into our ewe in fourth place, a long-sided, very angular fronted ewe. A ewe that when I get around behind her, not quite as heavy and muscled as the ewe we have right above her, but from the profile looks really good. The ewe next to her in line, a little bit smaller package, but in terms of quality and design, she fits in and rounds out this group very, very nicely. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
For the Shetlands, we're now ready for our early class of junior ewe lambs. Ready on Tunis side to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe. Placing on the Shetland senior ewe class, first place went to entry 29, Windswept Impa, shown by Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to 28, Liberty Acres Ava, shown by Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. And third to entry 27, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Placing on the senior ewe lamb class for the Tunis, first to entry 71, Speldy 2678, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to 67, Macaulay 1502, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 70, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to 69, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. And 5 to 68, Peyton Fair, Burleson, Tennessee.
In this class of Shetland ewe lambs, we're going to opt to use a ewe lamb. It's just got a little more spring to her rib. She's got a little more volume working for her end to end, and a very, very nice, soft kind of a fleece. Good knits handle as you go across that side. Ewe that she's as long in her stride as anything out here. Probably as sound and complete is what I can find. The ewe lamb we've got here in second, I do appreciate her extra length at top. She's definitely the longest hind saddle lamb out here. There's just not a lot to her when you get your hands on her at this point. Other than she does have that exceptionally nice fleece, there's just not quite enough at this particular point in time to move her ahead of the other ewe. Ewe in third, a ewe that you like. She's just a little harsher fleece than the two ewes I've got above her. She's definitely a little shorter in her side view profile. She handles a little shorter throughout. The ewe we've got here in fourth, a ewe just a little more refined in her makeup, but a ewe that again she's got some spring to her rib. She's fairly level on her top. There's just not quite enough to her to get above the ewes above her today.
Now ready for Class 2 Junior Ewe Lambs, our late class of Junior Ewe Lambs for the Shetlands. These are ewe lambs born March 22 and later, Shetland. Late ewe lambs born March 22 and after.
This class of Suffolk yearling ewes really got a nice set to evaluate. We've got some really good ewes that's down here on this other end that we don't have the opportunity to be in the top 5, and I congratulate you for bringing a nice set of yearling ewes in this particular class. Made it a little bit more enjoyable deciding which way I wanted to go. I think once we start to look at these sheep off their side, we start to look at what they do when they walk around the ring. The ewe that this young man has kind of surfaces very nicely for me. I love the way she comes up out of the center portion, that shoulder up through her neck. She's got enough elevation. She's got enough femininity about her head. She's got a bit, really a wide chest into her, but she's still feminine as you're analyzing her. You know, you look at this particular female and you can see brood ewe written on her. She's got a lot of length of spine, and she's really a comparably shorter fleece than a lot of the ewes that's out here, and she's really straight out of that spine and out through that hip. Really a nice female when you're analyzing her off the side. The depth she has in through her rib, the springer rib that she's carrying with that mass and dimension in through that center portion of that rib. And you get back in the flank, and she deepens up where she needs to be to carry those twins that she needs to have. And really a nice female to start this class off. The ewe in second, I think when we start to analyze her up against the rest of the top 5, is very similar when we're looking at style and design into the center portion of the shoulder, the way she comes out of the top of the shoulder. Maybe not quite as pretty headed as the ewe that we have right above her, but another deep, powerful female as far as her rib shape, as far as her dimension. We get back behind her. We don't have as much length of hind saddle from that last rib back. We don't see quite as much squareness and trueness into this hip, out through the dock and down through the center portion. That base is from behind as the do right above her. But a really nice female to be in second. The ewe in third, maybe a little longer from flank to flank than the ewe right above her. We don't see quite as much dimension when we get on top of her as far as shape and design into that rack and out through that hip. But you like this female off the move. She wants to track uphill. A little maybe more so than what I'd like to see, but for a complete female, we need to put her in third. These two females here next are really green in their makeup. I like their design. I like their length, the spine they have in them. We analyze these two correct females, and we start to look at them up against the 3 right above them. We just need to expand these females into their rib. We need to expand these females into their tops. And I think, you know, we look down the road, we probably can do that. Today we don't have as much dimension, we don't have as much depth and capacity as we see the ewes right above them, but they sure are pretty in their kind. They're good-footed and they're sound made. Really a nice class of females to evaluate. Congratulations to each and every one.
For the Tunis, our senior champion, you went to the first place early yearling ewe, Shambo, 454, Mitch Schmidt, Centralia, Missouri. The reserve senior champion went to entry number 52, first in the late yearling ewe class, Spildy, 2571, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now showing our January ewe lambs for the Tunis. Tunis January ewe lambs.
Here in our senior ewe lamb class for our Shropshires, got 3 ewes I think are very similar in their overall body and makeup. To start to the top of this class, I'm saying within my mind the most complete ewe, really long, level-bodied ewe, a ewe you really like when you get your hands on her, the amount of product she's got over that rack up through that loin and then down into that lower part of that leg. I'll grant she's getting a little coarser down the bottom, that chest floor that I'd like to see, but I think when we talk about all the good things about this ewe, she just really nicely moves to the top of the class. Once again, I think our ewe here in second follows along very similarly in that overall makeup. She's a notch shorter as we view her from the side, gets just a notch coarser about that head shape and coloring in my mind, but I think a really exceptional ewe in her own right, move way up in the top part of this class. Our ewe here in third follows along and similarly. She is when you get her out on the walk, she wants to break a little behind that shoulder. She's carrying a little more condition over those ribs, but I think an overall really good ewe in her own right. Really flashy, long-bodied ewe here in fourth ewe. It's just giving up some of those pounds of muscles. We talk about those ewes ahead of her getting a little finer in her bone work, but a really exceptional ewe lamb in her own right. Good deep-sided ewe here. As we see here in fifth, a really level-made ewe. She's carrying more condition than I'd like to see in a fall ewe lamb, but I think as we talk about the package of muscling up through that top of that ewe lamb and then down into that leg, I think very deserving to be up in the top part of this class. Ewe here in sixth, really big framed ewe. He just gets a little coarser in her overall makeup, wants to drop right behind the shoulders just a touch, gets a little more round out over that rump, but I think a really big-bodied, really big sprung ribbed ewe. And then to round out our top part of the group, a really youthful period, flashy type of ewe lamb, just giving up too much of that overall size and scale. Those ewes ahead of her to get up any higher in this class. Let's give them all a really nice round of applause.
Placing on the class of senior ewe lambs for the Shropshires. First place goes to entry number 87, D. Hicks, 1453, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second to entry 89, Clark, 14131, Colby Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. Third to 90, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. 4 to 97, Kennedy Algar, Fredericktown, Ohio. And 5 to 88, Colby Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire.
In this class of Shetland ewe lambs, we've got several things to sort through out here. I've got a ewe lamb up here on top that she's just as wide in her base. She's got a little more to her when you handle in terms of spring to her rib. She's a little farther along in her development. She's also one of the most youthful ewe lambs out here. She's given up a little bit in terms of overall size, but I think the soundness and squareness, combine that with a pretty decent fleece, is going to move her to the top end of this class. When we come into second, we've got a ewe that's definitely larger in her outline. She's a little growthier. She's definitely longer topped. However, she's not near as straight. She's not as complete. She doesn't move near as well off of either end and not near as long and free in her stride. However, I would also say she's probably the exceptional fleece ewe in this class. She's exceptionally soft in her handle at this point. I feel she's just a little too unsound to move her up, but it's two very good ewe lambs representing different characteristics. As we come into the third ewe lamb, we've got a nice combination kind of a ewe. She ties together pretty well. She's not exceptional in her fleece. She's not exceptional in her soundness like I got in either one of the others, but just a pretty good solid kind of a ewe that I think as you go ahead and carry her on through, she's got definitely some potential to go out there and work in a brood ewe situation. Two more nice ewes as we go down the line, just not quite as far along in their development, not quite as sound and complete as what I had right up on top.
Placing on the Shetland classes of junior ewe lambs, the early class of junior ewe lambs first went to entry 30, Jaded, Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Second to 32, Windswept Zelda, Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Third place to Joe and Alex Ludlam. And fourth to entry 31, Olivia Glenn of Whitestown, Indiana. For the late class of junior ewe lambs, first place goes to entry number 37, Liberty Acres Curry, Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Second to entry 34, Christy Road, shown by Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. Third to Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. 4 to entry 38, Emma Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And 5 to 36, Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana.
As well. Again, we're nearing the end of the Shetland show now.
Here in the Suffolk ring, like the yearling ewe that we're going to start off with, she's a truest when we start to analyze her off the move. She's really extremely nice off that move. She comes into where she needs to be. She's the widest base when we watch her walk away from us. Then you get up on top of her, you look at how that the shape of that top of that shoulder, the way she lays the shoulder in through her neck junction. She comes out with a really nice head off to the tip of her nose. I sure like that about her. Then when you really get up on her and you start to analyze her up against the ewes right behind her, she's the widest top. She's the widest tip. She's got the most barrel to her ribs. She's got the most flare to her ribs, especially when you get down in the center portion, the lower portion of the rib. She carries that same width and dimension in through her flanks. She's got some belly in her that she can go on and be in that lambing barn another 2 months and be where she needs to have. And then you get back behind her. Really like her out through her width of her hip, like the way her dock sets up in her. And she, as far as pure muscle, she has the most muscle and dimension and flair once you get your hands on her down through that lower third. The ewe in second, really an eye-appealing ewe off the side. She's extremely long, spine, long hip type of a female. She doesn't want to level out through her dock as well as we see the ewe right above her. She doesn't want to drop in her flank quite as well as the ewe right above her. But you really have to like her for the rib shape and the depth of body that she's got in her. She just doesn't have quite as much into her when we analyze the ewe right above her. The ewe in third, I really like this ewe also. A little lower set to her neck into their shoulders. She doesn't want to come out quite as true as she needs to be when you get up on top of her and you analyze that neck-head junction, but a ewe is another really extremely long from that last rib back. She wants to start to narrow up, and she wants to try, when we watch this ewe track, just be a little more choppy in her stride than we see the two ewes right above her. But again, another female that's going to go out and do a really nice job for this young man. The ewe in fourth here, a ewe that's got some boldness of a chest floor. She's got some femininity about her when we're analyzing her. She wants to roll a little bit too much for me in her top shape. She wants to be a little more rounder in her pattern when we're analyzing shoulder dimension. Get her back behind her, like to level her out just a little bit more. You like her foot, you like her bone, you just need to change her and bring her together from end to end to be able to be more competitive. Then around off the class with a really youthful appearing ewe, really long spined ewe. We just need to get us more ewe, more width the base and all the way up through and give her more power to be more competitive. A nice class of yearling ewes. Thank you.
There in the trailer, there's a box back there on that table and it's got 4 feed scoops in it. And bring it up here, bring it up here. Okay, thank you.
Of slick-shorn yearling ewes.
Suffolk's need Class 1 slick-shorn yearling ewes, February 4 and earlier born. Champion ewe overall for the Shetland show goes to our first place yearling ewe, entry number 14, Windswept Crumpet, shown by Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. The reserve champion goes to Sammy Ludlam's Sabata, shown by Joe and Alex Ludlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Now doing best fleece for the Shetlands, best fleece on foot, and then young flock. Tunis exhibitors, there will be a pancake breakfast tomorrow morning from 8 a.m. to 9:30 at the Big Time Tunis Pens. Your cooks are your president, Lynn Murray, Richard Shambo Sr., and Mike Nees. The 2015 Shropshire Yearling Ewe Futurity winner this year is Kennedy Algire of Fredericktown, Ohio, with Eisler 1447, bred by Jim Eisler of Prospect, Ohio.
a tremendously deep class of Tunis early junior ewe lambs. As you look at this group of young females lined out here, just a really, really good class top to bottom. You combine that with, man, these kids are getting them stuck and drove and looking right. If you're not excited about if you're a Tunis enthusiast, this is the kind of class that would get you excited. Good sheep with some future, with kids that are really getting it done out here in this lineup. Makes it fun. Ewe that we have to start the class with, a larger frame ewe than relative to her class, and we've probably used in some of the other divisions and classes so far today, but she's a ewe that's awfully hard to pick apart. She's very good down that top line, exceptionally good on those feet and legs, handles with some meat and muscle, just a really good place to start. The ewe in second place is just like her, and this lady gets her flat stock. I mean, that ewe's neck comes right up out of her the way you like her to, handles good down her top. Got some feet and legs on her, just not quite as much total package here as what we have in our class winner. Ewe in third's a ewe that's worked her way up, a ewe with a little bit more bone than the ewes we have right below her, a ewe with a lot of natural width and dimension and handles really good, a ewe that you have to appreciate and lay your hands on for the total package. It's right there. Ewe in fourth, again, a ewe that's just jack-fronted, a ewe that's really dynamite down that top. Not quite as well balanced maybe as the three ewes we have above her, and maybe a ewe that gets just a little bit frailer in her makeup than the ewes we have right above her. Ewe in fifth, a ewe that when this lady gets her showed, man, she will get your attention. She's pretty, she's flashy, really well-balanced ewe. Pulled her in here at the end because when we walked her around a little longer on those pasterns and maybe the ones right ahead of her, but you're getting it done. Nice job to all the folks in this class.
For the Shetlands, our best fleece goes to entry number 34. And that entry is Christie Road, shown by Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And that is from the junior ewe lamb class. We need Tunis, February, ewe lambs to the ring. Tunis, February, ewe lambs to the ring, please. Ready for Shetland, young flock.
In the Suffolk Slick Yearling ewe class, I really like the female that we're going to win this class with. I like the shape that we see of this particular female when we get her right up on top of her, really angular over the top of the shoulder, really feminine when we're analyzing her up through her head. She has the best head that we see out here as far as breed character for me for a Suffolk. I sure like that about her. She has the most length of hind saddle as the four ewes, and then you get right on the side of her. You sure like that width of base. You like the width of chest, the way she comes up into her, that rib shape. Then you get back behind her. She doesn't disappoint you as far as width and dimension of hip, but yet very feminine package. And for me, she services really easily. The ewe in third has a lot of power to her when you put your hands on her, and I appreciate her for that. But what I like to change about this particular female is as much power and dimension over top of her shoulder and in through her rack. You get back behind her. She doesn't have as much squareness and trueness of muscle shape as the ewe right above her. And I think when we got that much power in the front end, we need to extend that power all the way out through her hip and muscle shape in order to be able to move her above the ewe right above her. Then around off the class with the ewe here next, when we start to analyze these two, just has a little nicer shape to her shoulder. She comes together a little bit better for me at the chest floor, in through her shoulder and in through her neck junction. She comes back with a little more ideal condition when we're analyzing as far as in through her rib. And when we start to analyze her out through her hip, a little natural, a little truer in her makeup. The ewe rounded off the class, really a deep-sided particular female. She also is carrying a little more condition she needs. We start to see that chest in the chest area get profound just a little bit more than I like to see. I like to just tie her in. She starts to round off too much for me for a female to be able to move her any higher. But overall, really a nice class to evaluate. Thank you.
Once again, the exceptional class of females out here, early class of Shropshire ewe lambs. I think a ewe lamb, in my mind, if I could change one thing about her, if I could do that, this ewe wins this class so easily in my mind. And that's one of those tough ones because it's an eye thing. If we could just thin that hide and tighten it up on this ewe just a touch, this ewe just wins this class so easily. She's the biggest footed out here. She's one of the longest bodied. She's one of the best handling ewes in my mind. She still needs to win this class, minus that one minor change we'd make. But when we talk about head shape, that extension up to the front end, just an extremely good ewe lamb to start this class in my mind. I think our ewe here in second follows along very similarly. So we talk about a good bodied ewe lamb, a ewe lamb that's carrying a lot of muscle, really extended up to that front end. She gets a little finer in her bone work as compared to that ewe ahead of her. Gets a little shallower in that muscle down that lower part of that leg as compared to our first place ewe, but a really feminine, really attractive ewe to sit here in second. I think our ewe here in third follows right along in that type and kind. She might be a touch deeper as we view her from the side. She's just not holding it together over that top, wants to raise up over that dock a little more as compared to those ewes ahead of her, but a really good ewe in her own right. Difficult ewe lamb for me in fourth. Really complete, really square made ewe, really level in her overall makeup. Just wish there was more to this ewe. She just gets outsized, outpounded by these ewes ahead of her. I think that's going to hurt her as she goes forward. But when you talk about that squareness and that completeness, I think she's an exceptional ewe in that right. As we round out our top five, a really good handling ewe here. Ewe just getting a little more condition as compared to those ewes ahead of her. Getting a little coarser about that front end as we view her versus these ewes ahead of her. But I think an exceptionally good ewe in her own right. Really good class all the way down through. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
Over on the Suffolk ring, we need in the late class of slick-shorn yearling ewes, entry 69 from Corey McLeese. Last call, your class is in the ring. Placing on the Shetlands young flock class, first goes to Joe and Alex Ledlam, Hopkins, Michigan. Second to Elizabeth Levitt, Parker City, Indiana. Third to Anna Hopkins, Zionsville, Indiana. And fourth to Olivia Glenn, Whitestown, Indiana. Now ready to move into our Lincoln show with White Lincoln, right? Yep. White Lincoln Senior Ram Lambs, one entry in that class. Over on the Suffolk show, fitted yearling ewes. We have three classes to read. For the early fitted yearling ewes, first to entry 54, Knutson, Suffolk, 145, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa. Second to 51, McClure, 141, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And third to entry 31, Jake Brome, Brillion, Wisconsin. Fourth place to entry number 53, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. And 5 to 49, Alan Hale, Gerald, Missouri. In the intermediate class of yearling ewes fitted, first to 35, Anschutz, W267, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Second to 41, 5-star J, 4130, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Third place to 38, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. 4 to 58, Kylie Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. 5 to 60, Morgan Ellers of Weyauwep, Wisconsin. In the late class of fitted yearling ewes, first to entry 47, Hagemeyer, 14-4, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Second to 43, 5-star J, 4131, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. Third place to entry 63, Evan Arthur, Greenfield, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 46, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. And 5 to entry 64, Dylan Young, Cicero, Indiana. Placing on the Tunis January ewe lamb class, Samuel McDermott, Shropshire, January ewe lambs, entry number 130. Last call, your class is in the ring. Placing on the Tunis class of January ewe lambs, first place to entry 84, Shambo 482, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to 82, Kay Barkley 15067, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. Third to 77, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. 4 to 79, Gregory Lopper of Nunda, New York. And 5 to 72, Olivia Brown, Millersburg, Ohio.
Another nice class of Tunis females as we work deeper into our ewe lamb division. Really like the ewe we started the class with here. I think she wins it rather handily. She's one of the growthier females in the class, certainly not the largest frame, but way big enough. Handle the shoe on her top, you won't be disappointed. Really solid down that top, nice in her rib shape, nice in her condition. Look how wide she is out over that hip. She carries some thickness down low, tracks really wide, nice in her breed type, good place to start. Ewe in second, a lot like this shoe, just in a smaller package. Money down that top, really nice in that neck angle. That neck set's very natural, as you can see with this young lady getting her showed. You wouldn't be disappointed when you lay your hands on her either, just not as much total sheep as the one right ahead of her. One of the more extreme sheep we've seen is the ewe here in third place. I was like, okay, she's too out there for me. But boy, you lay your hands on her, she's pretty cool. She's good on her feet and legs, very angular. She's going to be a big rip when she's done. Likes to give her a little bit more bone, set down on a little bit bigger foot, and give her just a little bit more explosiveness through her center body and rib. But boy, she's going to be a fun one next year. Kind of the opposite spectrum here in fourth and fifth. Ewes in fourth and fifth got quite a bit more volume and mass proportionally than the ewe in third, but they want to run. The ewe in fourth wants to run downhill a little bit for me today. Ewe in fifth, again, a ewe that's real blowed apart, a notch longer than our ewe in fourth, but a ewe that gets a little lower set, a little coarser through that front 1/3 than the ones we have right above her. Another nice class of young Tunis ewes.
We need Tunis March-fitted ewe lambs in the ring, please. March-fitted ewe lambs to the ring. Placing on the February ewe lambs fitted for the Tunis. First place in that class goes to entry number 94, BWL 1514, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. Second place to 85, RQL Farms 1519, Matlin Mag of Ottawa, Ohio. Third place to entry 88, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. 4 to 89, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 92, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland.
Here in the Suffolk slicked class of ewes, really like the four we have out here in different ways. This would be a great judging class and a great talking class. For me, we need to use the ewe that's, in my opinion, the right condition, and we start to analyze her as far as shape and design and kind as we analyze her off to the side. She's the when we start to look at width of base and width of chest floor, she comes up extremely nice and tight up into the center portion of that shoulder. I really appreciate that about her. She's longer spine than the ewe that we're going to run in second. She's wider out through her base floor out from behind than we have the ewe in second. The ewe in second, I like her off the side. She's really attractive. She's really pretty when you're analyzing her from that shoulder and feminine up through that front end. Once we get back behind her, she doesn't square up. She's not as true as her muscle shape and design into center portion of that leg, especially after the twist, especially when you watch her off the walk. She wants to bring herself up underneath of her a little bit more, and that just shows that she doesn't have quite as much power or muscle into that area versus the ewe right above her. But another nice, extremely nice class, a yearling ewe to be in second. Yearling ewe in third is really the powerhouse type of a female. She's also carrying the most condition of the group that's out here. I like to trim her up in her makeup. I like to trim her up in the shape of that shoulder. She wants to get more and more rounder, more plainer in her design, as we see the two ewes right above her. But she has a lot of power and dimension as far as muscling. She's also the shortest from end to end when we compare her to right above her. Then around off the class, a little bigger frame type of a female, and that's okay. But with that being said, we sure need to have more width of top. We need to have more width of hip in this particular female, especially once we get back behind her. She's got some width, she's got some dimension, but she doesn't square up and not quite as true in that shape as the ewes right above her. But really a nice female to be in fourth. Nice class of yearling ewes. Thank you.
In this first class in the Lincoln Show, we've got a ram that's got a very nice fleece on him. He's got some thickness. He's got some mass and dimension working for him. Good breed character, good bone, nice sort of a fleece, very even and good character over the side. Ram that just ties together pretty well, could stand some competition later on.
Placing on the Lincoln Show in the white division of early. Of early Ram Lambs, entry 1 is first place, Lincoln Highway 100 Vlad, shown by Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Now ready for late Ram Lambs, white division. Placing on the class of Shropshire, early January ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 108, Platinum, RNA 2086, Chloe Stonefeiser of Lewisburg, Pennsylvania. Second place to 109, City Limit Sheep Farm, 1502, Jaden Slutz, Maple Park, Illinois. Third to 102, Cale Robertson, Reynolds, Indiana. Fourth place to entry 118, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 100, Jacob Thaler, Salesville, Ohio. Placing on the early class of Slickshorn yearling ewes for the Suffolk Show, first place went to entry number 65, McCully 2974, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second to 67, Yazel Suffolk 430, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Third to 68, Celia Dodd of Bonacqua, Tennessee. 4 to 66, Celia Dodd, Bonacqua, Tennessee. In the late class, first place to entry 71, Yazel Suffolk 433, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Second to 69, Krinsky, Club Lambs 1407, Corey McLeese, Washington, Oklahoma. Third to entry 73, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. And 4 to entry 72, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa.
In our late January ewe lamb class here for our Shropshire Show. Start with what I think in this top group is the most complete ewe. She's really good handling, really feminine ewe lamb. A ewe lamb I think is going to continue to go out and grow as she moves forward. I think just an exceptional ewe lamb in her own right. I could drop her down in that flank just a touch, maybe put those hocks out just an inch or so, or excuse me, half inch maybe. But I think when we talk about overall good, I think just a really nice ewe lamb to start this class with. I think our ewe lamb here in second follows along as similarly as any in this class. I'd like to maybe change how her head, her neck comes out of that shoulder. I want to make that loin just a notch longer to compete with this ewe ahead of her. But I think when we talk about a really big rib, deep-sided ewe, she's really good in her own right. Ewe lamb here in third follows along very similarly to those two as we talk about that extension up through the front end. She gets a little coarser about that front end, carrying a little more condition over the front part of that rib as compared to those two ewes ahead of her. And that's what's going to slide her into third for me today. But I think an overall good ewe. A really nice handling ewe here in fourth, a ewe you like when you get your hands on her. I thought about moving her higher in this class. I first went through the ring. The problem for me is when you get her out on the move, she wants to drop behind those shoulders. She wants to round out over that rump a little more as compared to those ewes ahead of her, but I think a really long-bodied, good shaped ewe as we see her out here today. And then we move into two little bigger framed ewes here, starting with a ewe here in fifth, a really good big ribbed ewe. She just gives up too much in that length of the loin as we get our hands on her. It gets a little softer in the touches compared to those ewes ahead of her. Same with the ewe behind her here in 6'2", really good ewes. Just getting a little softer in their overall makeup. Good class all the way down through. Very deserving. Nice round of applause.
in this next class of Tunis ewe lambs. Got a real bell ring in her head out this class. A ewe that's very flashy but comes back with a lot of muscle, dimension, and power. Really up-fronted ewe, really clean through that chest floor. Again, but comes back progressively with more width and dimension. Ewe in second place might tip the scales a little heavier. A tremendous amount of bone on this ewe, probably as rugged of bone work and as footwork as we've seen in a young Tunis female today. Not quite as smooth in her pattern, but really admire, again, that circumference of bone, overall mass, and growth that she has. I don't think she's put together quite as well as our ewes in third and fourth. The ewe in third there, a very long-sided ewe, a very feminine-fronted ewe. Not the pounds that we have in our second place ewe, but a ewe that I really like for her style and balance. Similar story in our fourth place ewe, very, very angular fronted ewe, really jacked up there, really strong down her top, just a little shorter coupled than the ewe we have right above her, and not as much total sheep as we have in the three above her. Ewe next in line, a longer bodied ewe with a little bit more muscle, a little bit more rib shape, but a ewe that gets a little lower in that front end, a little plainer through that front 1/3. Again, another nice class of young Tunis ewes.
Placing on the March class of ewe lambs for the Tunis, first to entry 101, Spildy 2899, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 104, Ridgeway 1509, Drew Ridgeway, Libertytown, Maryland. Third to 105, Caitlin Shakel of Atlanta, Indiana. 4 to entry 98, Olivia Brown of Millersburg, Ohio, and 5 to entry 102, Caleb Shakel, Atlanta, Indiana. Placing on the Shropshire January ewe lamb class, first to entry 125, D. Hicks, 1511, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second to 28, City Limit Sheep Farm, 1519, Jaden Slutz of Maple Park, Illinois. Third to 127, Emily Petzel, Centura, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 126, Jacob Winter, Lewis Center, Ohio. And 5 to 132, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. Now ready for Tunis Slickshorn ewe lambs. Tunis Slickshorn ewe lambs into the ring, please.
Here in the Suffolk division, really, I like these two females here in first and second for some different reasons. The female that we're going to start off with is the longest spine of the top two, and I appreciate that about her. Really explosive when you get her on top of her. She's got the widest top, she's got the widest hip, and she's got, when you start to watch them walk out, she's a little truer in her step form as we see her move around the ring, and she's a little wider in her base. Really like the way this sheep is made as far as the size and the shape of that rib and out through her hip. Really square and true in her makeup, and I really love that about her. I think the ewe in second's really cool. She's got a great look to her. She's a little shorter from flank to flank. She's a little more youthful maybe about her than we see in the ewe right above her. But she just doesn't have quite as much development to her as of right now in this particular day. But I think this is going to be a female that we can look at down the road because she's really got a great foot to her. She's got a great bone shape to her. We just need to just extend this ewe out from dimension of through her chest floor, give her a little bit more of an easy stride, and we can maybe move her up one more spot. But here's a ewe that we can take a look at for another year that's going to really be a powerful yearling ewe, but we need to keep her in second. The ewe here next and third, another little bigger outline type of a female, maybe than the ewe right above her. She also wants to shorten up when we analyze her, a little more rounder in her pattern as far as her shoulder shape, especially out through her hip. Then we see the two ewes right above her. She's got some body mass. She's got some depth to her that you like to see about her. We just bring that head up out of the top of her shoulders a little bit better. She's fighting this young man a little bit as far as getting her shown, but I'd sure like to make her change her just a little bit more and square her up to be able to move her up. The next ewe off to the side, you really have to like her. I sure like the way this shape into the top of the shoulder. She's very feminine, very angular. As we're analyzing her from that top, that shoulder out through her hip, she's also the narrowest base of the top four. I love her foot. I love her bone. Like to make her track just a little bit wider, a little truer as we see her walk back behind her. But here's going to be a ewe that's going to go on and be a really nice yearling ewe and brood ewe later on. The young man's ewe here next, a little shorter in her makeup, a little bit shorter from flank to flank as the top one's right above her, but extremely good as far as her bone shape and her foot size. Really nice shape to the top of her shoulder, out there her hip. Gets a little more rounder, but she's the next truest made ewes when we start to analyze base shape. And I think even though she's a little shorter in her structure than maybe the ewes right below her, she's also a lot more truer and a lot more sounder off the move. And I think we need to take a look at her and put her right here to be able to today. But really a nice class all the way through. Thank you.
The Tuna Slick Shorn Ewe Lamb class, I think we've got a rather logical class winner. Shows me a bit more muscle, a bit more total circumference of bone in a nice package. Using closer, somewhat second and third. I like the levelness of design in our second place ewe. I like the ewe in third. A little bit growth here, but I'd like to firm her up just a touch today. Thank you.
As we come to this Lincoln class, we've got several good rams right up here on the top, and it just depends on what particular traits you want to try to find and try to throw them together and come up with a logical sheep to start with. I'm going to start with what I would consider the good combination ram, a very stout-made kind of a ram. Handles a lot of rib to him. He's got a lot of length down his top. He's got some thickness throughout. Very nice fleece on him. A good character, tremendous luster to it. Adequate in his breed character. Got enough bone. I'd like to free him up in his movement just a touch, but I think he's close enough to where and complete enough to where we can just go ahead and use him up in the top of this class. The ram in the second definitely excels that first place ram in terms of free his knees and movement. He's longer in his stride. He stands pretty square. He tends to move pretty well. He's a little plainer fleeced at this point, a little plainer headed. He's not quite stout in his makeup. He's got enough rib in him, doesn't have enough overall length back through his hind saddle to move above that top ram. The ram in third, the flashy eye-catching show ram out here. A ram that's very straight, very level in his overall makeup, very level all the way out through his hind saddle. Got that extension up through his front end. He's got a very nice head. That being said, he's the poorest moving of the three rams out here. Has a tendency to be the worst off of both ends. Just not quite as smooth in his movement, not up on his feet as well as what we've got in those two rams above him. Just doesn't tie together quite as well, but still quite an impressive sheep, especially when you set him up and view him from the side. As we go to the fourth place ram, again, a nice complete kind of a ram, just doesn't have quite the extension throughout, isn't quite as long top, not quite as nice a fleece as what we've got in a couple of the rams right above him, but a good solid sound individual and a ram that I think as you go ahead and grow him out, definitely has a purpose, can go out there and work in either a Lincoln flock or commercial situation, as he's got enough stoutness and mass and completeness to go ahead and work there.
Placing on the Slick Shorn Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Tunas. First to entry 109, J. Coors B. 125, J.C. Coors of New Holland, Illinois. Second place to 110, Creekside Tunas 1530, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Third to entry number 107, Portia Kellums of Anderson, Indiana. Placing on the class of Lincoln late ram lambs for the white division. First to entry 4, Gargis Girls 40, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 2, Larson 15315, Percival, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Third place to entry 5, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. 4 to entry 3, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5 to entry 7, Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana.
It's been a really good junior ewe-lamb tuna show out here, and I think if you look at the 3 class winners out here, 4 class winners, I think that they're going to head knock anywhere in the country, and I wish them tremendous success in the open show. I think they'll do very, very well. I think you get pretty excited about these, all 3 of these coming back as yearling ewes and being big-time players in the tunas deal for a while. Again, very competitive. We won't talk a lot. We'll go out and shake the winners for your champion and reserve champion tuna shoes. Thank you.
Junior champion.
Champion ram for the White Lincolns goes to our first place in the late Ram Lamb class, entry 4, Gargis Girls 40, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to the first place in the early Ram Lamb class, entry 1, Lincoln Highway 100, Vlad Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Now showing for grand champion ewe for the tunas, our junior champion. The junior champion was our February ewe lamb, BWL 1514, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. The reserve junior champion was our March ewe lamb, Speldy 2899, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
Here in the Suffolk side with the Slick Falls, the ewe lamb I'm going to start off this class with is the most extended ewe lamb, and I appreciate that about her. I think we need to be really careful when we start to look at these females and the size we need. We need to have them sized accordingly. For me, she's the right size and where she needs to be. She's got the right shape to that shoulder. I'd maybe like to give her a little bit more width and dimension when we get her right into that center portion, that rib. But she's awfully level. She's awfully good out through her hip. She's a really wide enough base where she needs to be for where she is today. Really appreciate her for her femininity. We get into two ewe lambs here next that are more the Wether style, and that's okay. The ewe lamb I'm going to use next, a little more extended from that hip junction into that loin, into that hip. She's definitely longer, a good bit longer than the ewe lamb that's going to be in third. She's a lot cleaner up through her front end. She's more feminine about her front end and her head. She's got more capacity and more dimension in through her center portion, her body cavity, in order to be able to have more room for those lambs to be in there and grow. The ewe lamb in third has got a lot of power to her, which I appreciate for that. You like her for muscle shape. For me, I need to, for a fall class, I want her a little bit bigger. I want her a little bit more feminine. In the Wether deal, it's a little bit different. I understand that, but I also been around a little bit, a few years underneath of me, and I can understand how some of these ewes can lamb out, and you get a little concerned in that category. And so really got a lot of muscle and muscle shape, but for me, we need to put her in third. Nice class of ewes. Thank you.
Certainly been a pleasure to sort through your junior tuna show here at the North American. I've been very, very pleased. Larger show than I anticipated, good numbers, outstanding quality. As you get down to these 4 ewes, a lot of similarities. And look at their style, look at their balance, look at their structural integrity. Lay your hands on them, a lot of meat and muscle and in good condition for breeding females. Should be very proud of these sheep. You should be very proud of the young people that brought them out there. I like all 4 of them. It gets down to some personal preferences. Let's give them a nice round of applause and congratulate all these exhibitors. We go out and select our champion and reserve champion ewes.
For our tuna show, our champion ewe goes to our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe came out of the early yearling ewe class, entry number 34, Shambo 454, Mitch Schmidt of Centralia, Missouri. The reserve champion is our junior champion out of the February ewe lamb class, BWL 1514, Sarah Furman, Roachdale, Indiana. Now ready for young flock, Tunis, young flock. And that is 1 ram and 2 ewes of any age.
Exceptionally nice class of Lincoln yearling ewes we've got out here. The ewe I'm starting with is a ewe that's just a big-bodied, stout-made kind of a ewe. She's the longest-hipped, longest hind saddle lamb out here. She's as sound and free and easy to movement as anything we've got out here. Combine that with a nice, high-character kind of a fleece that's got, again, good luster to it, good breed, decent enough breed character about her. I think she's just a logical place to start. The ewe that pushes her along is that ewe we've got here in second. A ewe that may be just a touch taller at the point of her shoulder. Doesn't have quite the spring to her rib, but again, she's pretty straight and level down her top. She handles out with still some thickness and mass all the way through that hind saddle. Again, she's a striking kind of a ewe, well presented, well fitted. She's just a ewe that doesn't have quite enough to her to get around the ewe right above her. The ewe in third, another very sharp, attractive kind of a ewe. Maybe not quite as strong down her top, not quite the width and dimension we've got in that second place ewe, but another ewe that she ties together very well. She's, again, fairly long in her stride, has enough bone, good enough breed character, good enough fleece at this point to go ahead and move her up towards that top end. I do appreciate the ewe in fourth, a ewe that's very straight. She's a very much a three-dimensional kind of a sheep. Her fleece is not as striking as what I would prefer to find. It's what we have up on these top three. It tends to shade towards the finer side within this breed. Again, doesn't have quite the luster to it that I felt I had in these ewes we've got up here above her. As we go down the line, we've got some more nice kind of ewes. Ewe there, as we go to fifth, very thick, massive kind of a ewe, just doesn't have the overall length of body. As we go down farther, we've got ewes just don't have quite as much thickness and overall mass and growth as what I felt I've got right up on the top end in a breed that I really feel, when you look at them historically, have been utilized to make big, stout sheep. I think what we've got up here on the top is that kind of a sheep.
For the Lincolns, we're now ready to bring into the ring our class of early ewe lambs for the white division of the Lincolns. We're ready to go to our Oxford show. We're ready for Oxford Senior Ram Lambs. Oxford Senior Ram Lambs. We have one entry in that class, so have that first class of spring Ram Lambs ready. Oxford Senior Ram Lambs to the ring, please.
Extremely tight, really deep class here in our Shropshire ewe lamb class. I think when we get up in this top five, it's very nitpicky, very close in each of these as we go through here. If my judging kids are watching this on their computer back home, this is that type of class you don't want to get into, because there's things out here, especially as we talk about these top three and very similar in their overall makeup. We're just going to pick and choose as we go back through them. Talk about these top two ewes. I think they're long enough in their overall body. They got some depth to that side. They got some muscle, and we talk about really good about their breed character. I'm starting with the ewe here in first. I think you're going to get your hands on her. She's not notch longer in her loin, that a little harder in that bottom part of that leg. Just a really level-made ewe, standing really straight and true. Really nice ewe to start this class with. Once again, I think our ewe in second follows along very similar in that aspect. We really like the angle and how she ties together in that front end. She's really level about that top. She's just that little bit shorter when we get our hands on her from that loin, from that last rib back, as compared to our first place ewe. But an exceptionally good ewe in her own right. Really flashy, really eye-appealing ewe here in third. A ewe that I thought about maybe starting the class with. She's really that fault-free ewe as we talk about feet and legs and that length of body. When you get her out here as compared to these two ahead of her, though, I think she gets a little shallower in her body makeup, gets a little, gives up a little bit of that spring of rib of those two ewes ahead of her. But that's very particular in what I think is an exceptionally good ewe lamb in her own right. Ewe lamb in fourth is your problem ewe lamb. She's the big power ewe. You see her out here because of that. She's carrying a lot of mass over that top and down into that leg. For me, she gets coarser about that front end. I want to clean up as we talk about breed type on those head and legs as compared to these really pretty ewes ahead of her. But we want to get her up in that top part of the class when we talk about that sheer mass and muscle, and we appreciate her for that. A little more eye-appealing ewe to round out the top five up here. She just doesn't want to get as level in that overall top, not carrying quite the amount of muscle as those ewes ahead of her. But when we talk about you standing on all four corners really well, really expressive about that front end, really pretty ewe to sit up here in the top five. Good class all the way down through. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
We're out here for your senior champion of your fitted Suffolks. Let's give these young people a round of applause. We've got an extremely good set of females here to evaluate. We've got we've got looking at these first place winners out here. Really like these females for their angularity, their femininity about them. They've got some shape and dimension of rib. You know, these are big yearling ewes, and this one right in front of me is extremely big yearling ewe. When you get them this size, you got to have that much more mass into the rib in order to give enough body in there to be able to keep their condition on them, to be able to raise a set of twins. And we really have to evaluate that. And then we have to really look and we have to really study feet placement and foot size and bone structure and how that blends into the body cavity and how that's going to carry him. Because if we don't start right there, then we're going to lose everything that we put into him up above, and we're going to lose the whole ewe or the ram or whatever we're looking at. So we need to start right there at that foundation. We need to have these sheep sound. Need to have them moving around with some width to base, but yet still making them feminine, still have a right shape to them and the right amount of muscle shape into them and enough length of body. I'm really happy with what we see out here. For our champion ewe, it gets a little bit close for me. We got these 3 yearling ewes, I think, that are powerful in their own right. They've got some differences into them, and that's okay. We're going to talk just a little bit about them. The yearling ewe here right in front of me is the largest frame sheep that we saw so far. And for me, I'm not an extreme guy. I like more of a middle road type of sheep. But if you get an extreme sheep, she better be awfully good. And I think she's awfully good. She is really good top. She's extremely angular about her shoulder shape in through her neck. She's very feminine about her head. She's wide enough base, and actually she's the widest and truest off of that move. When you see her walk away from you, she's extremely impressive when you see her on the move, and I appreciate that about her. You know, she's got enough length to her, and you say, well, she might be the shorter one of the 3, and that's okay, you can do that. But because she has that, she can keep that self together, and she can have that a shape of rib, and she can have that dimension of loin and hip structure in order to do that, and I really appreciate that about her. And she's got as much muscle in her for being a big sheep as the ones right below her. I love the yearling ewe that's going to win that next class. Extremely long spine. Longest spine ewe out here, extremely long from that last rib back, and probably the longest one of these 3 yearling ewes. I appreciate that about her. Really a great foot. She's one of the wider base ones as you get around and walk her. Really feminine about her head. Maybe doesn't tie into her flank area quite as well as maybe the 2 ewes right above her, but she's awfully good in her own right. The ewe here next, really love her for her freshness. Really fresh about her when you put your hands on her. Really shorter fleece, and I appreciate that about her. She's one of the little narrow base ewes from behind. You know, we maybe just want to expand her out just a little bit more. She comes together as you see her move away from her, but she's really good hip. She's got a lot of muscle. She has enough muscle for the size she has. She's got a great body shape and a great look off to the side. So for me, it becomes rather difficult because we've got a lot of good pieces in the 3 females, and we can talk all day about them, and we're not going to do that. For me, when you get them this big and this good and this sound and this feminine, we need to use this young lady right here for your champion, you in this vision. It gets a whole lot closer, I think, when we start to analyze for the reserve of this division. For me, we're just going to look at soundness and where we need to have these females. And I think the next soundest female of these top 3 here is going to be this young lady right here with this yearling ewe. Congratulations, you'll be reserved.
Now ready to show on the Suffolk ring for champion Slickshorn Senior Ewe. So we'll need the 2 yearling ewe class winners in second place and our senior ewe lamb Slickshorn in the ring at this time. For the Suffolks, our fitted senior champion ewe went to the early yearling ewe winner. Entry 54, Knudsen 145, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweed of Radcliffe, Iowa. The reserve went to the intermediate fitted yearling ewe. Entry 35, Anshet W267, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois.
Certainly a pleasure to kick off our Oxford show here this evening. I think we've got two really good rams out here. If you think it's a lob pitch because one is fitted and one is slick-sheared, you're not paying attention to the two sheep that are out here. The ram that wins the class is a really well put together beast. I mean, he is really youthful, that front end, big-footed, shaggy, comes back with a lot of top, a lot of natural width and dimension out through that hip. Pretty level, shows me a tad more rib shape than our ram in second. I like that about him. Ram in second's a good motor scooter. He tracks maybe a little more fluidly than our class winner. I like that about him. Really money down his top. I'd like to blow him apart just a little bit through that rib area to the center portion of his body cavity. Do that and this tough decision would get even tougher. Two nice rams to start our Oxford show today.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready for our Class 3 late junior Ram Lambs in the ring. Placing on the early junior Ram Lambs for the Oxfords. First place goes to entry number 2, per Z133RR, Ty Miller of Huntington, Indiana. Second place to entry number 3, Wolpe 0017 Stitch, Annie Schopmeyer of Batesville, Indiana.
Out here for your slicked Suffolk ewe. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't much matter whether they got wool on them or they don't. They still need to be structurally sound. And we've got females out here that do that extremely well. When we start to analyze these class winners, I really like the length of spine we have in, and we've got to be very careful that we don't shorten these sheep up too much and we lose all functionality as females. And I think we see 3 females that have enough length of hind saddle. They've got enough capacity into them to be able to do what they're bred to do, and that's be mama ewes in the lambing barn. And I think we need to take a look at that. For me today, we're going to use the yearling ewe for your champion ewe. Extremely good, whether you put wool on her or not. She comes together very easily for me. It gets to be a little bit closer when we start to look for reserve, but I think this ewe right here, really like her as far as her style and her balance, and she really comes together a lot neater in that rib than we see in the class winner right above, below her. Nice set of group of sheep. Let's give them a round of applause.
In this class of Lincoln ewe lambs, I'm going to go ahead and use what I think is the good combination kind of a ewe. She's got a little more breed character we're working for. She's got a very, very nice fleece. Again, good luster to it, good character to it. She's got some thickness and width and dimension. She's got some spring to her rib and some volume overall working for her. You'd like to lift her tail head up just a little bit. You'd like to free her up in her movement just a little. She has a tendency to want to set up tucked under just a little bit, but I think there's enough overall sheep in there to go ahead and use her towards the top end. Once you get her out on the move, she tends to look a little better at this point. Ewe in seconds. Ewe I like for extension. I like the way she ties together. She's a little plainer fleece than what I felt I had right up here on the top end. A ewe that's good and wide in her base. A ewe that's got some length, just not quite as dark about her points, and not quite as good a breed character as what I prefer to find what I felt I had in that first individual. We go to the third ewe, another good kind of a ewe, good long-bodied kind of a ewe. Nice sort of fleece on her. It's got enough luster to it at this point. Again, you'd like to darken her up about her points a little bit, but a ewe that I think is she's adequate at this point to go ahead and slide her towards the top end. She's straight, she's level, she's got some thickness and volume working for her end to end. As we go down the line, we've got some more very, very nice ewes. Ewes that I think, given some time, go ahead and grow and develop, should be very competitive sheep.
For the Suffolk Slickshorn Senior Champion, the Slickshorn Senior Ewe Lamb, or Senior Ewe, went to our first place in the Slickshorn Early Yearling Ewe class, Macaulay 2974, Kyle Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve goes to the Yearling Ewe Late class Slickshorn, Yazel 433, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. We now have fitted January ewe lambs in the ring. Following the Oxford class that's currently in the ring, the late junior class, we will be showing for our champion and reserve champion ram. Following that, we will do the best headed ram. And the best headed ram award this year is donated by Dover Genetics. Placing on the Lincoln class of early ewe lambs. First place goes to entry 23, Creek 1531, Samuel Wirtz, Noblesville, Indiana. Second place to entry 45, Taylor 1501, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Third to entry 17, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 20, Ethan Wirtz, Noblesville, Indiana. And 5 to entry 18, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. Placing on the Lincoln Yearling U class, first place, and these are in the white division yet, first place went to entry number 38, Taylor, 14-4-37, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. Second to entry 12, Gargis Girls, 21, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third to 15, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. 4 to 10, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. And 5 to 14, Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana.
A nice group of ram lambs as we continue on Oxford show. Very pleasing that the breed type is as good on these as it is. It makes things a lot easier. The first two bucks obviously sort themselves to the top rather handily. It's just a matter of differences. I think they're both adequate from a soundness perspective. I don't think either one of them track as well front or rear as the exhibitors would like them, nor as well as I would like them, but they're both acceptable relative to what we've got in this class. I like the first place individual. He's extended. I think he maybe tracks a tick more consistently front and rear. He's a long-sided sheep. He's a very angular sheep. Again, a sheep that's good in his breed character. Ram in second, a very trendy ram, a ram that sits down a tremendous amount of bone. First one's good, so is the second one in that area. I like the explosiveness at the squareness at the top of the head of our second place buck. Like that about him a bunch. Maybe just not as money when he travels as our first place one. A little bit shorter sided relative to our first place one, but two very high quality rams. Ram in third may be the soundest of the three. A ram that handles really straight and strong down that top. I like that about that sheep. Giving up a fair bit in terms of growth to the two rams above him, but as you handle him and study his structure, he fits in the third hole rather nicely. Larger frame, more extended ram in fourth. We appreciate that extra growth, just not near as sound through that front 1/3 and through his front feet as we need to today. Ram in fourth place, a little bit better bone sheep maybe than the one right above him. A ram that would like to balance out a little bit better front to rear, but an interesting class of ram lambs.
Placing on the class of Oxford Late Junior Ram Lambs, first place goes to entry 7, A. Brockman, 1406, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. Second place to entry 9, Plaza, 1257, Jerry Daniels Agency, Missouri. Third place to entry 8, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. 4 to entry 6, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. And 5 to entry 10, J.C. Brown, Pinckney, Michigan. We're now showing for champion ram in the Oxfords. We need both the first and second from the early junior and the late junior classes in the ring, please.
In this Lincoln class, we've got several ewe lambs up here at the top end that just stick out. They really are complete good individuals. The ewe I'm starting with is definitely the most complete. She's the thickest topped. She's got some width and dimension throughout. She's long in her stride. She's wide in her base. Ewe that's adequate in her breed character, good-headed. I think throw that on with a good fleece, and she just walks the top of the class. We've got a ewe in the second, just a bit more extended. I really appreciate this ewe. She's an eye-catching sheep. She just doesn't have as much to her yet at this point. She's definitely greener in her overall design. However, I think give her some time. She's going to be an extremely competitive kind of a ewe. As we go to the ewe in third, the ewe that just most closely pushes these two along. She's a ewe maybe just has a touch more bone than that second place ewe right now. A ewe that's got a lot of thickness throughout. She's got good head to her. She's got a nice sort of a fleece. It's not quite as high luster a fleece as what I've got in either one of the two above her. But I think she's a good enough, complete enough ewe to go ahead and push up into this top end. As we go down into the farther down into this class, we've got some more pretty good, solid sound kind of ewes. Sheep that should be able to go out and work for these young people in terms of a brood ewe as they go through later in life.
Here you are, sir.
Oh, I've seen that already. She skinned it.
Really extremely good class of Shropshire ewe lambs out here, especially up in this top group. And then as we move down the other side, there's some really good ewes as we move down the line. I'm starting with the ewe. I think he's just the most fault-free ewes we see out here. She's extremely long-bodied. She's really heavy muscle, especially up over that rack and the amount of shape she's showing us over that top, carrying that through a wide rump and then right down into that leg, standing on a big foot as she comes out here today. I grant, sometimes she wants to run a little downhill as we get her on the move some, but I think that's very nitpicky on what is an exceptionally good ewe lamb, a nice winner to this class. Really eye-appealing, really stylish ewe lamb here in second. Ewe lamb, I thought about maybe moving up to the top part of the class. I think she just gives up too much in that overall length of body as compared to our first place ewe. I'd like to maybe change the shape of her head just a touch, but when we talk about a really good structured, really good bone ewe, a ewe that's got a lot of muscle, I think she sits very nicely here in second. a really up-fronted, really extended ewe-lamb here in third. A ewe you appreciate for that. She's long and level. She's just giving up too much of that overall size and scale of those two ewes ahead of her, in my mind, to move up any higher today. But I think as a ewe that's going to go out, continue and go out forward and grow, is just going to have a really bright future. Made a switch here at the end of these two ewes. You go back and forth. I think as we talk about frame size, they're very similar in their overall makeup and their levelness. I think I made the switch as we talk about. I think our ewe lamb here in four, a little cleaner about that front end, a little more extension up through there, ties together a little better in my mind. In there, Grant, the ewe in fifth, maybe he's got a little bit more muscle as we get up the top part of that rump, but it gets nitpicky back and forth. But this is the way I'm going to see him today. As we round out our top group here, a really big ribbed ewe with a lot of depth to the side. She just wants to get her, we get her out on the move. She wants to walk up underneath herself more than anybody else of the top group, get quite a bit rounder out over that rump as we see her out here today. But a really powerful ewe in her own right. Really good, really deep class. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Huh? There's 6.
Like 5.
I got big classes.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
I've been pleased with several attributes that we've seen here in the Oxford Ram Show. I think the things that we can highlight that we really like, breed type pretty solid on this group. I think they represent the breed quite well. Tremendous amount of bone in this 4. I like that as well. As we start to separate these, we start to look at soundness. I think soundness is something that we continue to need to put enough emphasis on, particularly within this breed. As I've had the opportunity to evaluate him over the last couple of years, we got to get those feet and legs right. Hips are pretty decent, top lines are pretty good. Continue to need to work on those feet and legs. I think that's what separates a couple of these out here, and we'll go ahead and tab them here, champion in reserve. Let's give these exhibitors a real nice round of applause.
Oxford exhibitors, the class following this will be your best headed class, and then we'll go into your yearling ewes.
The White Lincolns we have out here, it's been a very enjoyable female show. I've really liked going through these. There's been several good ewes that always you can run something at the top end of the class that you can really appreciate, that you think you can definitely use, definitely work with. Have enough pieces to go ahead and go out in a breeding program, and you have some potential for some success. And I think so when you start coming down to what you're going to prefer at any one particular time, I'm still looking for a sheep that I think is pretty sound, that's pretty stout made. You could start picking any one of these apart. There's some things that you'd like to see cleaned up just a little bit on any one of these sheep as an individual, but I think the solid, sound, complete individual that will be the champion will be the yearling ewe. She will be the champion tonight. Coming back for reserve, it is a very tight placing between that late ewe lamb and that second yearling ewe, but I do appreciate that overall size, scale, and mass that yearling ewe's got, and she'll be reserved this evening.
For the Oxfords, our champion ram was out of the early junior ram lamb class, entry 2, Perzee, 133. Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. The reserve was also out of that class, entry number 3, Wolpe, 1-7, Stitch, Annie Schottmer of Batesville, Indiana. For our Suffolks, our Slick Shorn champion senior ewe was our early Slick Shorn yearling ewe, Macaulay, 2974, entry 65, Kyle Macaulay at Glen, Pennsylvania. The reserve was our Slick Shorn yearling ewe late, Yazel 433, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. For our Lincoln show, our late ewe lamb class in the white division, first place went to 34, Gargis Girls 34, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Second to 32, Gargis Girls 32, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. Third place to 26, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. 4 to 30, Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. And 5 to 29, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Champion Lincoln White Division ewe was our yearling ewe winner, entry 38, Taylor 14437, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. And the reserve was second in that yearling ewe class, Gargis Girls 21, Taylor Gargis, Telford, Pennsylvania. The White Lincoln Futurity winner is Lori Ballman, with Raider 448. Now showing, we finishing up Lincoln Best Fleece. Then we need to go to natural colored Lincolns. Your first class in the natural colored Lincolns is early Ram Lambs, 1 entry there, 1 entry also in the late Ram Lambs, and then we'll show for champion and reserve. So keep that early ringside while the late is showing. The best headed ram for the Oxfords did go to our champion ram, Per Z 133, shown by Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Again, we're ready for Oxford. Yearling ewes, these are the fitted yearling ewes. Placing on the Shropshire class of placing on the early February ewe lambs for the Shropshires. First place goes to entry 153, City Limit Sheep Farm, 1524, Jaden Sluts of Maple Park, Illinois. Second place to entry 137, Fritz 216, Logan Ellsbury, Greenfield, Indiana. Third to entry 135, Kenny Algar of Fredericktown, Ohio. Fourth place to entry number 155, Colby Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. And 5 to entry number 148, Emily Anderson, Macon, Missouri. For the late class of February's, first place to entry 168, City Limit Sheep Farm, 1538, Jaden Sluts, Maple Park, Illinois. Second to 170, Cooper, 1574, Jansen Cooper, Mount Pulaski, Illinois. Third to 173, Rachel Flanders, Noblesville, Indiana. Fourth place to entry number 157, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. And 5 to 158, Addison Nicholson of South Windsor, Connecticut.
Here in the Suffolk ring in this January class, really a nice set all the way through. This top 5, I think, just kind of surface for me as far as the way these sheep are made. the kind and design and style they have off to the side. It's the kind that I'm trying to look for. You know, I don't expect these ewe lambs to be fully mature yet. They've got another whole year to do that. But I'm sure looking at what they bring out here and what kind of muscle shape they already have, the shape and design of their rib and their flank, and how they're going to present out into another year. I really, really, really like the ewe lamb that's going to win this class. She's probably one of the best dock females that we've had out here all day. When you really look at her, she's wide enough base. She's got a good foot size for where she's at, good bone structure and shape to it, and all the way up to really feminine, but still got some width of chest into her, but she's still neat into this point of the shoulder. She comes back with a lot of authority out of her top of her shoulder, out through her hip, extremely good out to that dock section. Enough muscle into the center portion of that leg on where she's at right now, and she presents as far as depth of rib and depth of flank as well as any female out here. I like that one a whole bunch. The ewe lamb is going to be in second, very similar. She's as true as you can get. She's very fresh to the touch. I appreciate that about her. She gives up some overall depth of flank and some mass and muscle. We're analyzing her up against the one right above her, but she's really pretty. I love her head. I love the way once you get this ewe lamb cranked up, she wants to get a little sleepy on you. I understand that, but she's really, really good as far as her structure and her shape of her shoulder out through her hip, and she's as honest as any ewe lamb out here. I appreciate it. Nice female that you can continue on and do a good job showing next year. The ewe lamb in third, I told the young ladies, extremely nice fit job on her because you need to get in. You really need to handle this particular female. Off to the side and just looking at her, you like her off the side. Extremely nice into that shoulder. Another really pretty female, very feminine, good foot, little bigger bone than the ewe lamb right above her. You get your hands on her, there's more wool there than muscle shape and dimension of top into her, and especially down through that lower leg. For a female this size, we need to give her more power or muscle today. I think she can get that later on, but today she doesn't have enough to get around the two right above her. But an awfully good one as a yearling ewe. This is going to be a ewe you're really going to have to watch for to another year. The next ewe in line has the most condition on her. I like to take a little of that condition off of her because what it does is it shortens her front end up. It shortens her neck up. It gives her a little bit more roundness about her shoulder. But even taking that all away, extremely, probably one of the straightest spine females out here. Really level out through that dock. We don't see quite as much trueness of base as the ones maybe right above her. But if we can take some condition off of her, that will give her a little more length from flank to flank. And but another good one, even though she's carrying a little more condition you'd like to see. Then around off the top five with another really long spine female. Probably we start to get right here. We don't see the females start to tie together quite as well as of right today. Long from that last rib back. She's extremely correct. I really appreciate that about her. Maybe a little more plainer than when the ewe lamb's above her, but extremely good in her own right. Good class of females. Let's give these young people a round of applause. Thank you.
And the white Lincoln's trying to find the best fleece. And again, it depends on what criteria you're looking for. Some of the things that I was looking for is a good even fleece, tremendous density to it. Fleece that's very good in its handle, still soft in its handle, tremendous luster, good character. The fleece on this sheep is what I think is probably one of the exceptional fleeces out here. There's several I think would fall in that exceptional category, and it's a matter of a pick 'em between that. I'm sure that if you would go out and go through them yourself, you'd come up with some individual favorites. This is a class full of sheep with high quality fleeces. I've been very pleased with the quality of the fleeces as we go through this whole Lincoln show. We've been very pleased throughout the evening. Thank you.
Placing on the class of fitted January ewe lambs for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 90. Kaufman, Suffolk, 1501. Elliott Kaufman, Paris, Illinois. Second to 88. Phantom Hills, fitting and training 1508. Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Third to 87. Knutson, Jacqueline and Allison Knutson, Centerville, South Dakota. 4 to entry 89. Taylor Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. And 5 to entry 83, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. We need Suffolk fitted early February ewe lambs. It's February 1 through February 14. February 1 through and including February 14. Early fitted February ewe lambs for the Suffolks, please.
In this natural colored Lincoln Ram Lamb early division, we've got one entry and a very stout made, massive kind of ram, a heavy boned ram, adequate in his fleece. He's just got an awful lot to him when you handle down his top.
Placing on the Lincoln Early Ram Lamb Natural Colored Division, first place goes to entry 35, Mako 1508, Becca Breckenridge, Brighton, Tennessee. We're now ready for our late class of natural colored Lincoln Ram Lambs.
Here in the Suffolk Elam class, one surfaces really easily for me. She's the truest off of the move. When you see her walking away from her, she's the widest base from below and carries that all the way up and through. She's really long spine, maybe not quite as deep a body as Elam right below her, but as for me, she's a little more structurally correct, a little sounder out of her hip and into her structure. Elam in second, like I said, maybe just a notch bit deeper, but I think it's pretty close. Big foot, big bone. We just need to change her off the way she moves. When she moves, she wants to hop up into her loin junction. She needs to level that out in order to get any higher. Then around off the class with a long spine female, a female that for me we just need to square her up. She gets a little rounder in her pattern, but a nice Elam for this young man. Thank you.
as we round out our individual classes here for the Shropshires, I think a really good top group, and then as we move down the farther into that class, I think if we talk about these three top ewes, you can part and piecel them out as we go. This is how I see them today. I'm starting with what I think is a long-bodied ewe, a really good handling ewe. She's standing really straight and true on those all four corners, standing on some good bone. We just really appreciate for the lack of faults in this ewe all the way through to start this class out. You here in second, I think very easily could have won this class. She's very athletic, as we see out here today. You really like when you get your hand on her. She wants to break right in that loin-hip juncture, gets a little coarser right in the bottom part of that chest as compared to our first place ewe, and that's what it comes down to. But a really exceptional ewe in her own right. You here in third, maybe carrying just a touch more condition as it relates to those two ewes ahead of her. Out here today, carrying a little bit more of that in that front part of her, but I think a really long level made ewe, a really heavy muscle. You very deserving to be in the top part of this class. A really square made ewe here in fourth. A ewe we like for that. She's got some spring to that rib, some depth to that side. She just gives up too much of that overall length of body as compared to those three ewes ahead of her to get up any higher. But I think when we talk about a ewe with level design and good pattern, this ewe is it. Our ewe here in fifth, we bring her up into this part. She gives up too much power for me today to move up any higher today, in my mind. But when we talk about that extension through that front end, that femininity bar, she's the most correct as I feel today in condition, and that's why I want to benefit her in this class and bring her up into this top part for a young ewe lamb. I think she's really green appearing and going to have a bright future. She's getting out power to touch today, but I think as we come out next year, going to be a really good yearling ewe. Good class all the way through. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For the Suffolk ring, we're now ready for our intermediate class of February fitted ewe lambs. Those animals are born February 15 through and including February 19. Over on the Lincoln ring, natural color division, we're now judging for champion ram. Champion natural colored Lincoln ram is now in the ring. For the Shropshires, now ready to show for champion and reserve champion Shropshire ewe. Placing on the Suffolk early February fitted ewe lamb. First place to entry 1, Zander family 510, Elisa Voiles, Louisville, Minnesota. Second to 103, D. Henderson 1514, Clayton, Brady, and Aubrey Henderson of Atlanta, Indiana. And third to entry 107, Chaz McMurtry, Noblesville, Indiana.
For your champion in the natural colored Lincoln's going to go ahead and use this first late ram lamb, a ram with just a lot of extension, very pretty package, very well balanced kind of a sheep, very nice fleece on him. Again, good handle to it. I think he ties together pretty well and a good logical place to start in that particular class, and then he'll slide right into that championship position pretty easily. For reserve, going to use that early ram lamb. A ram that, again, he's pretty stout in his makeup, got some bone. Yeah, you'd like to get put just a little more to him in terms of thickness down his top, but I think he's got an adequate fleece on him, and he's surely a good representative for the natural colored Lincoln.
The 2015 Shropshire overall ewe lamb futurity winner is Chloe Stonesiver of Pennsylvania with R&A Shropshires 2086, bred by R&A Shropshires of Stewardson, Illinois. Placing on the Shropshire March 1 and later ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 87, Clark, 1586, Colby Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. Second place to entry 189, JAF 1550, Jacob Fowler, Salesville, Ohio. Third to entry 190, Clark 1594, Colby Clark, Gill Mountain, New Hampshire. Fourth place to entry 172, Holly Swearingen, Lawrence, Kansas. And fifth place to entry 183, Dalton Hicks, Stillwater, Oklahoma. Placing on the Lincoln class of late Ram Lambs, first to entry number 6, KEB Farm 0051, Sampson, Taryn Blake, Ludlow, Massachusetts. Second to 36, Lincoln Highway 221, Sherlock Benedict, Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Our champion ram for the Lincoln Natural Colored goes to entry 35 out of the early Ram Lamb class, Macho 1508, Becca Breckenridge, Brighton, Tennessee. The reserve was our first in the late Ram Lamb class, KEB Farm 0051, Sampson, Terrence Blake, Ludlow, Mass.
Good.
Now ready for yearling ewes on the Natural Colored Lincoln show.
We good? Okay.
A very nice group of Oxford yearling ewes out here. Certainly going to be some differences of opinion in this class, and understandably so. When you've got this many good ones in a class, we can be as critical in certain areas as you choose to be. I like the ewes to start the class with. She's the most fault-free individual of these top 4 or 5 that still has adequate framework for me within this drive. As you study this ewe, she is the best on her feet and legs. She puts one foot right where the other one came from, a tad longer strided, a tad more natural width when she walks, but doesn't get too funky wide when she walks. Really straight and strong down that top. Hasn't had a lot of advantages out here today. It's made it tough on you. You have to really find her, and she's come together nicely here in this as we're evaluating and describing these top 5, and that pleases me. Awfully good ewe to start this class. You in second, a ewe that obviously is going to catch a lot of people's eye, and mine as well. A tremendously straight stop, long-sided sheep. She probably has the most true center of body cavity width of any of the top 3. I like that about her. It gets a little bit funky off those rear legs when she tracks, just a little bit, but I love her length. Nice through her front end, not quite as nice as the ewes on either side of her. A very attractive ewe here in third place. A ewe I really like for that balance in terms of body width from her shoulders back through that rack, loin, and hip area, as square a hipped as we have in this class. Gets a little shorter bodied for me, and quite a bit shorter strided as we set out. I'd like to have her a longer, more fluid stride when we get around behind her. We get around to a ewe in fourth, a ewe that's a little bit smaller in stature than the other ewes we have out here, but a sounder ewe off her feet and legs than the 2 ewes we have ahead of her. A very well balanced ewe. Blow her up a little bit, she pushes those top ones very nicely. A very, very stylish, very feminine ewe here in fifth hole. I like her too much to get her down any further. Just like to make her a little sounder off those front wheels today.
Placing on the Oxford Yearling U class, first place goes to entry 21, 00 Acres 14037, Austin Hamilton of Bryant, Iowa. Second place to entry 11, Benjamin 1405, Jerry Daniels, Agency, Missouri. Third place to entry 19, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 4 to entry 20, Elizabeth Ward, Marthasville, Missouri. And 5 to entry number 13, Claire Burnett, Salt Point, New York. Now ready for Senior Ewe Lambs, Oxford. No. We're now ready for Oxford Slick Shorn Yearling Ewes. Oxford Slick Shorn Yearling Ewes to the ring, please.
In the natural colored Lincoln class, we've got a yearling ewe that just overwhelms the class. She's a ewe that she has a beautiful fleece on her. She's got as much natural thickness working for end to end. She's got some size and scale and some bone. A ewe that is as long in her stride as anything out here. Tends to move pretty well. I think she just pretty well eats the class. Then we turn around, we've got a ewe that's closer to her in her overall type and kind. She's a ewe that's very extended. She's, again, got that very nice fleece on her, good character to it, good softened handle, again, very definitive in the locking of it. Ewe that I think just ties together fairly well. She doesn't move near as smoothly as what we had up in this top ewe, but I think she's a ewe that most closely follows her in that overall type and design. Ewe in third, another pretty sound kind of a ewe, just doesn't have near enough to her to go ahead and move up into that top pair. And then ewe in fourth, a ewe that just not quite as sound as what I've got up in the top.
Well, as we round out our Shropshire show here this evening, I want to commend these exhibitors for their courtesy, their speed getting to the ring, and then just bringing out a really exceptional group of animals today for me to sort through. I think the Shropshire Association should be very pleased with their junior exhibitors and both the males and females that they brought out here for us to look at today. I think an exceptional group all the way down through. As I look at these 16 out here, I always say when you watch a judge and you see their champion driver, they all look pretty much the same. You can agree with them or disagree with them, but you got to like consistency. I'm really happy with these 16 individuals out here. I think they touch on so many of the things that I look for in sheep, no matter what the breed is. I think they have some femininity about them. They have length of body. They have muscling. They're really sound and square on those feet and legs. They have some nice breed type to them all the way down through, too. I think all of you out here deserve a really big round of applause. Brought out a great set of females this evening. I'll go out and select your champion in reserve.
In our Lincoln show, our yearling U class for the Natural Color Division first went to entry 39, Grady 0001, Becca Breckenridge, Brighton, Tennessee. Second to 41, Lashy 1420, Becca Breckenridge, Brighton, Tennessee. Third place to 40, Thomas and Christian Day, Greenfield, Indiana. And 4 to 37, Justin Taylor, Arlington, Wisconsin. For our Shropshire show, our champion U went to the first place in the late yearling U class. Merzinski 1419, Claire Bodell, Fortville, Indiana. The reserve was second in that class, entry 66, City Limits Sheep Farm 1425, Ashley Fuss, Frederick, Maryland.
Small class of Suffolk yearly ewe lambs to evaluate, but we got some really neat pieces all the way through here. Females that are going to go on and continue on and keep getting better, and then I think some of these out here are going to be, when you bring them back into another year, are really going to excel extremely well. The ewe lamb we're going to start off with has the pounds per day to there's a particular female. She's also the widest based when we start to analyze her. Really like her in through her head and down in through her neck. Starting to get a little more cover into that center portion of that shoulder, which you may want to just be a little careful with, not get her too fat too soon. But with that being said, she has the most width of top. She's got the most width of hip, the most natural thickness into her as you start to analyze her, and she moves extremely well when you get her out on the move. And for me, she services, that's the kind of that I'm trying to look for. The ewe lamb here in second is really fresh, really green in her makeup. Love her foot, I love her bone. For her, I just like to maybe give her more width and dimension and power when we get up on top of her. Again, she's very green, but if we could just give her a little bit more, especially when we get back out through her hip, just like to give her more width of hip into her, and we probably could do a little bit different with her today, but today this is the way we see her. I think she's going to continue on and get better and better all the time. The longer spine ewe is here in third. Really like her for that. She's very pretty up through her front end. She's very feminine up through her front end. But when you get back behind her, she's the narrowest from behind. I'd like to give this ewe a lot more width of hip, bringing that muscle shape down in through that center portion of that leg, and that'll get that width of base into her a lot more. I think maybe we can as a yearling ewe, she'll grow into that. Today, that's where she's lacking. We need to put her, for me, we need to put her in third. Then around off the top four, really a pretty fresh ewe lamb here next, a little shorter from flank to flank. We also have the narrowest base female of the top four. And so with that being said, we're going to put her in fourth, but I think that's an awfully, awfully nice one also. Again, congratulations, good class of lambs.
Oxford Slick Shore and Yearling U class, several nice individuals. I'm going to use what I consider a Ballard balanced, heavier structured ewe to win the class. A ewe that's got some hip shape, got some real nice rib design to her. A ewe that is carrying quite a bit less condition than the ewe in second, which may surprise some of you. But what you see there is muscle and dimension. I'd like to make her a notch more extended and maybe blow her open her framework just a little bit more like our ewe in second. I like the femininity and extension of our second place ewe, but most of the thickness that she does exhibit is some of the extra cover that she's got on her. I'd like to give her a little bit more explosive explosiveness when you get around behind her. We have that in our third place ewe, a very heavy muscled ewe. I like that about her. I'd like to make her a tick sounder off those rear legs. A very feminine ewe, very extended ewe here in fourth. A ewe I'd like to pull apart at her hocks just a little bit today. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Now ready for Oxford Senior Ewe Lambs into the ring, please. And Suffolk late February fitted ewe lambs should be entering the ring. Placing on the slick-sheared yearlings for the Oxfords, first goes to entry number 25, AA 1405, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to entry 28, AA 1439, also Ty Miller. Third place to 27, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. And 4 to 26, Cody Curran, Wooster, Ohio. We need a representative of the Monadale Association to bring your breed awards up, your champion awards. We're about ready to begin your Monadale show, and we need those so we can progress. Again, we need Oxford Senior Ewe Lambs to the ring. We need our late class February ewe lambs fitted for the Suffolks in the ring.
Again, as I evaluate, I feel I've got a pretty placeable kind of a class. We've got a ewe here that I think just has that exceptional fleece to her, a ewe that just ties together extremely well. She's got extension up through her front end. She's a very flashy, attractive individual. When she moves out, she's still got a fairly good long free stride. I think she's the complete individual to move up towards the top of the class. Ewe in second, a ewe that's a bit taller at the apex of her shoulder. However, she's just not quite as much to her when you handle down her top. She's not quite as level and square out over her hip, doesn't tend to be as long and free in her stride at this point as that first individual. Ewe in third, a ewe that I really like in terms of her overall style and design. However, again, she's just not as free and easy in her movement. And as we go to the fourth ewe, we've got just a little more unsoundness in the individual.
We need Monadale Senior Ram Lambs into the ring, please. Monadale Senior Ram Lambs. What about the... We need natural colored Lincoln late ewe lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Senior ewe. Placing on the natural colored Lincoln Senior ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry 43, Reed, 1451, Brittany Anderson, Ash Grove, Missouri. And in the early ewe lamb class for the natural colored Lincoln, first to 47, ZB, 0003, Becca Breckenridge, Brighton, Tennessee. Second to entry 44, Klingelhofer, 1501, Lori Ballman, New Concord, Ohio. Third to 48, Becca Breckenridge, Brighton, Tennessee. And 4 to entry 19, Ethan Wirtz, Noblesville, Indiana.
lone entry out here in our Monadale senior ram lamb class. Really big frame, really long-sided ram as we see him out here. Ram a lot of extension up through that front end. Standing really straight and true. If I could, I'd like to depth him up just a little bit as we talk about through that rib cage, darken up that nose a touch to clean him up a little bit. But I think overall, really well put together ram, really deserving in first place. Let's give him a nice round of applause.
Now ready for Monadale January Ram Lambs. Monadale January Ram Lambs. Placing on the senior Ram Lamb class for the Monadales. First place goes to entry 1, 3J Coors, 785. Austin Coors, New Holland, Illinois.
In this class, we've got a very exotic kind of a ewe lamb up here on top, a ewe lamb that you'd sure like to put a little more in her at this point, but a ewe lamb that she's definitely straight down her top. You'd like to pull her tail up, but she's still got enough length overall through her hind saddle to go ahead and slide her up towards the top end of this class. She's a ewe with a very nice kind of a fleece on her. She's got some extension throughout, good bone. I think there's enough good things to say about her to win. With ewe in second is a ewe that's a very complete kind of a ewe. There's just, again, she's pretty green. She needs some more time, some more days on feed before she's going to be ultimately as competitive as she needs to be to get around the ewe above her. Ewe in third, a ewe that is a little farther along her development, definitely a lot plainer in her fleece. She's a lot plainer in her overall type and kind, but a ewe that's going to be a stout made with high volume kind of ewe. She's just going to make a pretty good kind of an good old brood ewe that ought to just be able to go out and do some good for you. So we go down the line, we've got two more very green ewe lambs. They just are not quite far enough along to get above the sheep right above them.
Very, very nice class of Oxford senior ewe lambs out here. Nice set of females top to bottom. Starting the class with a ewe that is one of those that one of my old mentors would have said, pick one that you want your picture taken with. I want my picture taken with that one. She's a tad more extreme than we've seen at the top of the classes today, but how do you fault a ewe that's that structurally sound, that growthy, has that much breed time extension in future? She's just awfully, awfully good. Ewe we have in second. Second and third is a close placing in my mind in this class. I like the ewe in second. She's got a tad more bone. Handles with some nice muscle down that top. Really good in her tail set. Ewe in third's longer. I like that extra length that she brings us. A deeper sided ewe just doesn't balance out through that front 1/3 quite as well. A real growthy ewe again in fourth, but a ewe I'd like to pull apart at the hocks just a tad to move her up the line. Next pair of ewes, again, quality Oxford ewes, just not as much as them as we have in the ewes right above them.
Here in this Suffolk class, a little bit of challenge, trying to sort through some structure things, and so as we get these females out on the move and we get them off to the side and we start to really analyze them, the ewe lamb that fairly easily does that for me is a ewe lamb right here in front of me. Really complete in her makeup. She doesn't overwhelm you in any certain area, but she sure is nice from that foot all the way up to the bone, her chest floor. I like the way she comes down into that rib and into that flank. In my opinion, she's the right condition, the right amount of muscle shape and design where she is for her age at this particular day, and she's sound enough to be in first. I think when we start to analyze her, she's got the most muscle shape to get her to be where we have her today. The ewe-lamb in second, really a long spine female. Really like her out through her top. She wants to get a little deeper in through her chest than she does in through her flank. You get back behind her, she doesn't have as much width of hip and not as much muscle shape into her as the ewe-lamb right above her. But here's a female that I think to another year when you develop that in there, she's going to be awfully neat as a yearling ewe, and you got a nice female to be in second. The big growthy ewe-lamb here in third, you like her for her bone, you like her for her foot. She's probably the biggest bone, the biggest footed female out here. Really pretty about her head. She's got a really big top. I like the way she blends it on the top of the shoulder. Kind of a little more condition what she really needs to have at this particular day. But for me, when I get back behind her and I talk structure all day, she just needs to be a lot squarer and a lot truer for me to be able to move her any higher. She's awfully good, but for me, we just need to make her better off of those rear wheels to move her any higher. Then around off the top four with a really fresh ewe-lamb, really short fleece, particular female. We don't have as much width to base. We don't have as much power in her as we see right above her. Awfully long spine, a good hip female. Here's another female that as we get her out into a yearling ewe, she's going to grow in. Keep on feeding her. You're going to have a nice yearling ewe to another year. Today we see her in fourth. Nice class of females. Thank you.
For the Oxfords, we're now ready to show for our class of senior champion. We're ready to show senior champion ewes, so we'll need the slick shorn yearling ewe first and second, fitted yearling ewe first and second, and the senior ewe lamb first and second to show for senior champion and reserve. Placing on the Lincoln late ewe lamb class, first place goes to entry number 49, Raider 444, Lori Ballman of New Concord, Ohio. Second to entry 51, Lincoln Highway 097, Jane Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. Third to 50, Elena Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. 4 to 52, Sabrina Rickert, New Haven, Indiana. And 5 to entry 33, Elena Lemon of Ocean, Indiana. Natural colored Lincoln Futurity goes to Lori Ballman with Raider 444.
In the natural colored Lincolns, I'm going to use that yearling ewe for champion ewe. She was definitely the most impressive thing in that yearling ewe class. I think she's stout, she's sound, she's got a good fleece on her, she's got enough extension. She's just a very, very good kind of a natural colored Lincoln ewe. Coming back for reserve, it gets a little tighter, but I really like the soundness and completeness of this fall ewe lamb. I'm going to use her for reserve. Another very good individual. It's been a very nice female show all the way through on the Lincolns. We greatly appreciate the quality that they brought out today.
Some different parts and pieces as we move into our January Ram Lambs here, our Monadale show, going back and forth. I'm starting with what's easily the biggest, most powerful ram in the class, We talk about depth of side, we talk about length and width of loin, the amount of muscle he's carrying down that leg. Just a really big, powerful ram, the heaviest bone ram in the class. I'll grant, I want to change how he walks off those rear legs. I want to move those spurs off the top of his head. But beyond that, I think there's just too much good in this ram not to start this class with, in my mind. Coming back with our ram here in second, I think is really long-bodied, really level-made ram, really green-appearing ram. A ram I think is going to go out and continue to grow. He just gets finer and his bone work gets shallower as we view him from the side as compared to that first-place ram. So it's going to need to keep him in second for me today. I think our ram here in third is that ram just a notch deeper as we view him in that rib shape. He just gets shorter and that overall length of body gets a little steeper out over that rump as compared to those two rams ahead of him to move up any higher. Then we round out the class with two rams, really long-bodied rams, rams that just give them too much power as we talk about muscling. When we get our hands on them, get a little frail in their bone work, not carrying quite as level out and square and true out over that rump to move up any higher. But a nice class all the way through. Very deserving, nice round of applause.
Placing on the Oxford Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place goes to entry 34, Shrout 1508, shown by Natalie Goodrich of Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second place to entry 31, Four Season Farm 1455, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. Third to entry 29, Jillian Bingen of West Bend, Wisconsin. Fourth to entry 33, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. 5 to entry number 30, Jordan Burnett, Russellville, Tennessee. And 6 to 32, Chloe Decker, Vincennes, Indiana. For the Suffolk Show, on fitted February ewe lambs, our intermediate class, first place goes to entry number 111, Knutson, Suffolk, 1587. Jacqueline and Allison Knutson of Centerville, South Dakota. Second to entry 113, Silver Dollar PIA 5048. Thomas Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to entry number 159, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. 4 to 112, Jackie Elke of Barrett, Minnesota. 5 to entry 114, Taylor Wolf, Oaks, North Dakota. Placing on the class of late February fitted ewe lambs for the Suffolk, first to entry 120, Royer 0367, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 116, Rogers 1514, Kelsey Rogers, Carmi, Illinois. Third to 117, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4 to 119, Clayton Brady and Aubrey Henderson of Atlanta, Indiana. And 5 to 118, Chelsea Bilyeu of State College, Pennsylvania. Senior champion ewe for the Oxfords goes to the senior ewe lamb, first place, Shrout 1508, Natalie Goodrich, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve senior ewe goes to the first place yearling ewe in the fitted division, 00-14037, Austin Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa. For the Monadale Show, our January Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 4, Corzat 1510, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to entry 8, Baugh and Dunn 1340, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Third to entry 7, Austin Coors, New Holland, Illinois. 4 to entry 5, Miranda Nelson, Kingston, Illinois. And 5 to entry 6, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas.
For the best fleece in the natural colored Lincoln division, I'm going to opt to use this fleece on the sheep that we've got here on this side. Again, as you go through these fleeces, there's a lot of high quality fleeces, and it depends on what exactly you want to look for. I look for some character to it. I like to see some locking, some definition to that fleece. Again, it's a fairly high luster kind of a fleece, even for natural colored. It's a very eye-catching kind of a fleece, and I think it's a good soft handling. It's what I would prefer at this point. I'm sure if you were going through it in terms of a hand spinner, that everybody and their brother would have a different opinion as they go through out here. There's a lot of good fleeces, a lot of high quality, and would have a lot of value in taken out into that industry at this point. Very nice set of sheep throughout. Back on.
As we round out a ram lamb show here in our Monadale division, just an extremely powerful ram as you get your hands on him. He's really level and long about that top, and then you talk about that amount of muscle over, and then especially as you get down into that lower part of the leg, just the amount of power that this ram comes out here with today just really overpowers this class. Grant, when we get out on the move, he wants to roach up in that top. I think some of that's just working out a showman out here a little bit today, but I think just a really easy winner in my mind to start off this class. A really good ram here in second in his own right. Really long-bodied, really fresh, superior, and really green. Look at the type of ram that's going to continue to go out and grow in my mind. Just not carrying, once again, that amount of muscle down in that leg is that first place ram. Really big ribbed ram here in third, as we see him out here today. Gets a little coarser in that bottom part of that chest. Gets a shorter in his overall body makeup to move up any higher in my class, in my mind today. And then as we round out this class, our fourth place ram, really green appearing ram that's going to have a bright future in my mind. Just giving up too much power and size and scale to those rams ahead of him to move up any higher today. Let's give this class a nice round of applause.
Here in this March class of Suffolk ewe lambs, really like the class winner. She's kind of that same mold as what we've been looking at the whole time. I love her foot, I love her bone. She comes into a really cool chest floor, comes into a nice shoulder that lays in extremely nicely. Then you get up on top of her and she's really angular off the top of the shoulder, very feminine up through that front end and through that head. Then you get up on top and you look through that spine. She's the whitest loin ewe. She's the whitest hip ewe, whitest base female. Really comes down in the right shape into the center portion, the lower portion of that rib. And then she carries that on down and through her flank. And that kind of, for me, just kind of brings her to the top fairly easily. The ewe lamb in second, we start to look at her and she's a little further along, a little wider in her makeup. Than the ewe lamb right below her. I think she's a little nicer in through her head, a little nicer in through her shoulder junction and her neck junction when we start to analyze her up against the one that's in third. Really like the way she comes out through her hip. We don't see quite as much muscle shape as a class winner, but we have more muscle shape into her than the one that's going to be in third. The ewe lamb in third really fresh to the touch. She's in short fleece. I really appreciate that about her. We don't have quite as much levelness of hip and dock area as the two right above them. Don't have quite as much muscle mass as we have the two right above her. But again, you got to remember these are March ewe lambs. These ewe lambs are going to continue on their grow. I think this is going to be a special one to another year. Nice ewe lamb to be in third. Next ewe lamb in class, really long spine, really fresh, really eye appealing and feminine about her head. We don't see quite as much depth into her, especially in through her flank, as we see the ones right above her. You like her for her foot, her bone size. Just need to give her a little bit more dimension and width of hip and base. Then we probably can move her up a little bit, but today we need to put her in fourth. Then around off the top five, another long spine type of a female, a little more plainer about her head, a little more, doesn't quite carry together quite as well in through her spine and out through her hip. If we could give this ewe some overall more dimension and width of hip and muscle shape and give those back legs a little bit more trueness, and we probably could do something a little different with her, but today we need to keep her in fifth. Nice class of females again to evaluate. Thank you.
Placing on the Monadale February and later born Ram Lamb class, first place went to entry 12, Nelson 62, Marinda Nelson, of Kingston, Illinois. Second to entry 11, 3J Coors, 805, Alex Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Third to 10, Ariel Watson, Salesville, Ohio. And 4 to entry 9, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. For the Suffolks, we're ready for Fitted Junior Champion U. Suffolk, Fitted Junior Champion U. We need Suffolk, Fitted Junior Champion U.
5 really nice Monadale Rams out here on our champion drive. Our Rams with some different parts and pieces. We see them out here. We didn't have a lot in our show today, but I think these 5 are really good Rams that are going to continue to go forth and grow, bring some good things to these breeders as they take them home and use them on the ewes in their flock, and then come back as yearlings in the show ring moving forward. I think they deserve a really good round of applause. I'm going to go out and select your champion to reserve.
Did not announce this one.
I didn't?
No.
Oh. Our champion Ram for the Monadale Show goes to entry number 12. Our first place in the February and later Ram Lamb class, Nelson 62, shown by Miranda Nelson of Kingston, Illinois. The reserve was our first place in the January Ram Lamb class, Corzat 1510, entry number 4, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Up.
Another nice class of Oxford females here. I like the top 2 ewes in this class. They're very, very similar. I think they're ewes that are growthy, good boned ewes that track very well around the ring on their feet and legs. Really flashy, extended ewes that have a lot of gas left in the tank. I prefer the little bit lighter color on our first place ewe. Second ewe is good in that area. First ewe is just a notch better. I think that she handles as straight or stronger down that top. Second place ewe has a little bit more curve over that loin edge. I like that just a little bit better in her. Close placing, 2 real nice ewes. Close placing again in 3rd and 4th. I like the 3rd place shoes a notch longer, a notch stronger down her top. I think that works to her advantage within this lineup. 3rd place shoe, a ewe that handles with a notch more muscle than our 4th place shoe has a notch more muscle than our 3rd place shoe. A little concerning up on those front pasture's, and she's just a little straight in that shoulder. The ewe in 4th is a ewe that I really liked when she walked in, due to her added bone work, her top shape and so forth, but when she stands out here, she likes to draw those hocks together just a little bit today.
Now ready for the Oxford class of slick shorn January ewe lambs, placing on the class of March and later fitted ewe lambs for the Suffolk show. First place goes to entry number 134, Knudsen Suffolk's 15106, Jacqueline and Allison Knudsen, Centerville, South Dakota. Second to entry 133, Shambo 3508, Ashton Daniels, Agency, Missouri. Third to entry 128, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. 4 to 125, Marissa Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. And 5 to 129, Jacinda Raylin and Rhett Thompson, Patoka, Indiana. For the Oxford show, in the January fitted ewe lamb class, first to entry number 41, Misty Meadows 750, Lucy Goosey, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Second to 40, Apple 159, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. Third to entry number 37, Jillian Bingen, West Bend, Wisconsin. 4 to 38, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. 5 to 35, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana.
Here on the Suffolk side, we're looking at the fitted ewe lambs for your junior champion. Really, really nice set out here when we start to look at these first place class winners. I like the way these sheep are made. I sure like the width, the base they've got in them. They've still got some youthfulness about them. They got some femininity about them, and they got some pretty heads on them. I really appreciate that. I really like the freshness that we see in these sheep. I think they kind of sort themselves for me. Breaks it down a little bit easier for me when we start to look at these sheep on what they bring out here for as far as with the base and correctness off those feet and legs and how they present themselves. For me, when we get out here and look for your champion reserve, there's two females that I like a whole bunch. I think these females are very, very correct. Females that will continue on and make great brood ewes to another year, and I think that's what we really need to take a look at. For me, it gets fairly easily. This ewe lamb right here is going to be your champion. Congratulations. For reserve, we're going to go back up here to the class winner with a real powerhouse as far as muscle shape and design. Really appreciate her. Congratulations, young man.
Nice class of Oxford slick-sheared ewe lambs. I flip-flopped these two here at the last, just from the standpoint of I like the little bit more femininity we have in that first place ewe. I like the fact that she's a little trimmer handling. I think she's got a notch more bone. A really well balanced ewe. Let's face it, neither one of these first two are going to win a best headed award anyway, so it's just a matter of which body type we like better. I think the second place, or the ewe I have in first now, slightly is a little more angular, a little trimmer made. Ewe we have in second, a more powerful ewe, a really bold sprung ewe that's carrying a little bit more condition. A ewe that I do like that her head's a notch better, but I think that I'd like to trim her up through that front end and give her a little bit more youthfulness and femininity. We get into our third place ewe, a ewe that's very extended, a ewe that's got a lot of bone. Those pieces just don't tie together as well through that rack and shoulder area as they do in the ones right above us. Ewe in fourth place, big rib, big middle ewe. Need to trim her up just a little. She's got plenty of groceries working there, and I think we do that, and it'll add to her balance. A nice shapely ewe when we get into our fifth place ewe, a ewe that's got some dimension through her back, through her hip. Again, a little plainer about her breed type, a little deeper through her front 1/3. A larger framed ewe that rounds out this group. I like that extra dimension of framework she gives us. I just like to make her a tad more explosive and a little fancier about her type as to work her up the line any further today.
Now ready for Oxford February fitted ewe lambs. Oxford February fitted ewe lambs.
As we come out here in our Lauderdale yearling ewe class, just a really easy winner as we talk about a ewe. It's really big about that rib, really explosion. We talk about muscle over that top and down into that leg. She's really level out over that rump. She's good on her feet and legs. I'll grant she's a little coarser about that chest flora. I'd like to see her maybe carrying a touch more condition. But when we talk about the overall good pieces of this ewe, just an exceptional ewe in her own right, really easy winner. Comes down to our second and third place, a little closer in my mind. I'll grant they're probably a notch longer in her overall body style than our first place ewe, but that's where they beat her in my mind, and that's about it. I'm starting with you. It's a little deeper in her overall body as we talk about. She's got some shape over that top, some length to that loin as we see her out here today. Once again, just giving up the bone and the power of that ewe ahead of her in my mind. Are you here in third? Once again, very similar to that ewe in second, really long about her body. She wants to get her when we get out moving, wants to get up underneath herself, get a little longer in that pasture, and that's what's going to move her into third for my taste today. But she's a really pretty ewe about that front end and head, how she ties together. Another big-bodied ewe here in fourth. Ewe just giving up too much muscle and size and scale to those ewes ahead of her to get up any higher in today's class. As we round out the class, two yearling ewes, just not carrying the size, scale, or power to move up any higher, but will continue to grow for these exhibitors. Let's give them a nice, good round of applause.
Now ready for Monadale Slick Shorn yearling ewe. Placing on the fitted yearling ewe class, first to entry 15, Temple G67, Brian Temple, Serena, Illinois. Second to 16, Nelson 22, Miranda Nelson, Kingston, Illinois. Third place to 14, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. 4-18, Jared Niemeister, New Palestine, Indiana. 5 to 20, Ian Goodwin of Washington, Indiana. Placing on the Oxford class of Slick Shorn January ewe lambs, first to entry 44, Walpy 0023 Buchanan, Maddie Hogger, Connorsville, Indiana. Second to 46, AA 15017, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to 48, Brown 186, Stephanie Brown, New Carlisle, Indiana. 4 to 47, Lucas Wilson, LaPorte, Indiana. And 5 to 45, Shelby Edwards, Franklin, Indiana.
in our Slick Shore Monterey yearling ewe. Started with the class with the yearling ewe. I think just when we talk about that levelness of the design, that length of side as we get her out here today, she moves out very free and clear. Then you get your hands on her. She's the longest loin ewe in the class, carrying the most amount of muscle down in that leg. I'll grant I'd like to extend her up through that front end, prettier about that chest as we see her out here today. But I think overall, just an exceptionally really nice ewe. Granted, our ewe here in second does excel in that front third as we talk about that extension up through that front end. She just gets a little shorter in her body work, rougher over that top. I'd like to pretty up that head a touch. We're talking about a ewe with some spring of rib and muscle, just a nice ewe to sit here in second. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Placing on the Monadale Slick Shore Yearling U class, first place to entry 23, Van Horn, 1463, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Second place to entry 22, Van Horn, 1449, Austin Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Now ready for Monadale Senior Ewe Lambs. Monadale Senior Ewe Lambs to the ring, please.
here in this slick Suffolk class, it gets a little bit of a challenge because we got some different kinds and types out here to evaluate. For me, when this ewe lamb came out in the class, she hit me pretty hard, and when I put my hands on her, she didn't disappoint me. I like the width, the base she has. I like her structure, again, of her foot and her bone structure. She's got a lot of power and muscle, but yes, she's got a lot of femininity about her head. She's got some length of front end, length of neck into her, and she shows me a lot of femininity that you like to see in females, and I think we need to keep that in perspective when we're out here judging these female shows. I want my females to look like the females, and she does that extremely well. Maybe the ewe lamb right below her is a little deeper in her body cavity, but she's still, when we analyze this first place, when she's a little neater at the point of her chest, she comes up with a little bit of more smoothness of shoulder. She comes up on top of her shoulder with more authority and more power and more dimension when you get in through that spine and out through her hip, and with a tremendous amount of muscle into her in a package that looks like a female. The ewe lamb here next, really a nice female off the side, really a long spine. She's got some depth of body. She's got some springer rib into her. I think really when we put her in the second position, she really excels when we start to analyze her up against the next one as far as her femininity of her front end and in her explosiveness of hip. She's got the next widest hip. She's got a lot of natural muscle that carries on into that center portion of that leg, and especially into that twist, and I really appreciate that about this female. The next female in line, we start to get into some females that are a little bit more rugged in her look structure. Here's a female that I'd like to just clean up a little bit in her front end. A little bit more coarseness of shoulder for me as a female. She's got a lot of power. She's got a lot of dimension and muscle. She's also carrying a little bit too much condition on where she needs to be today. For me, I'd like to trim her up through her front end to be able to move her any higher. But another explosive, powerful female if you're looking at muscle and muscle shape. The ewe lamb here next is a little trimmer in her condition as the one right above her, but she doesn't have near as much width of hip and dimension and muscle shape and down to that center portion of that leg. If I can just deepen her up just a little bit in through her flank, give her a little bit more squareness and trueness of hip, we might have been able to switch them to a round, but today this is the way we see it. Then to round off the top five with a nice little ewe lamb here for these two young ladies. I like the straightness of spine. I like the depth of rib and depth of flank. She's got maternal written all over. I just like to square her up into her dock area in order to be able to move her any higher today. But an awfully good one to be in fifth. Nice class of ewe lambs. Congratulations.
Four kind of different parts and pieces here in our fall. Ewe lambs for our monodales. I'm starting with the ewe lamb in my mind is just the most complete as we see her out here today. She struggles with her showman, but when you can get her relaxed and get her setting just right, I think she's a really stylish ewe. She's really good about that front end, how she ties in. She's standing good on some good bone on all four corners. Then you get your hands on her. She's really level and true out through that top, carrying a lot of muscle down that leg. Just a nice ewe to start this class with. I think our ewe here in second is maybe a notch longer as we view her from that overall body size. She gets you just a bit coarser down in that front end for me. She wants to round a little more out over that dock as compared to our first place ewe, but you really appreciate for that depth of side and that rib shape in this ewe. Really stylish ewe here in third. You really catches your eye when you come out here, how she ties together in that front end, how that neck comes right out of the top of her shoulders. You really like that head and ear set in her. For me today, that she just gives up too much of that overall size and scale as compared to those two ewes ahead of her to get up any higher in this class in my mind, but a really stylish, really neat ewe to sit here in third. And then as we round out our class, our ewe here in third, a little bigger framed ewe in my mind. She just gets a little coarser in her movements as we get her out here today. Got a little color issue, wants to drop right behind that shoulder just a touch. But an overall really good ewe. Good class of fall ewe lambs. Let's give them all a nice round of applause.
Junior Monodale exhibitors, there will be a meeting for you in the show ring after your show for a photo. Also, a credit card and driver's license has been turned in at the sheep office trailer. If you're missing yours, you need to go up and claim them. Placing on the slick-shorn January ewe lambs for the Suffolks, first to entry 138, Slack 5109, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second place to 148, McCulley 3329, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to 145, Grant Friesian, Carthage, Indiana. 4 to entry number 147, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. And 5 to 140, Clayton, Brady, and Aubrey Henderson, Atlanta, Indiana.
This Oxford Junior ewe lamb class, several very nice ewes out here. Certainly some give and take in terms of what we consider more nearly our ideal. I think the two ewes at the top of the class are more similar than not. I like the first place ewe. She's a little more elevated in that chest floor. She handles really straight and strong down that top, a little more extended at the top of her shoulder. Really looks good on the move. When you set her out in motion, she looks every bit as good as when the young lady gets her stuck, and that says a lot about the quality of her structure and design. Love the way this second ewe handles down her top line, like the extra bone that she has. A very attractively presented ewe as well, a ewe that's shown very well. Gets a little deeper through that chest, a little higher in the flank, and her head's just a little plain for me today relative to some what else we've had out here to work with. Ewe in third at times has caught my eye as possibly being a class winner, and I think she kind of looks the part from the silhouette. But as we analyze her structure, a little off in those rear hocks relative to the ones above. She gets a little wide there at the point of her hock and maybe just a tick straight in her front shoulder. But from an angularity and balance from underline and top line perspective, fits together very well. Long-sided ewe in fourth, like that extra dimension of length that she gives us. Just like to make her top a little bit more explosive. We've got some pretty powerful, heavy muscled ewes above and below her. Beautiful breed type is the ewe next in line. Love that about her. Like to make her stand with more true width when we get around behind her.
Placing on the class of Monadale senior ewe lambs, first place went to entry number 29, Baugh and Dunn, 1318, Abilene Gadsden, Vandalia, Missouri. Second to 26, Van Horn, 1509, Alex Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Third to 27, Melissa Pinkney, Cayuga, New York. And 4 to entry 28, Wyatt Clayman, Marion, Arkansas. Placing on the February we need Oxford, February slick-shorn ewe lambs to the ring. Oxford, February slick-shorn ewe lambs to the ring, please. Placing on the Oxford class of February fitted ewe lambs, first goes to entry 55, Apple 1519, Michaela Hitt, Carlisle, Indiana. Second to 49, Double A 1501, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Third to 50, Natalie Goodrich, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 4 to entry 53, Jillian Bingen, West Bend, Wisconsin. And 5 to 57, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana.
Here in the Suffolk ring with this next class of slicked ewe lambs, really another one that comes at you with a lot of power and dimension, but yet, again, another feminine female when you're analyzing her in through her head. Just a lot of power off her top and out through her hip. We sure have a lot of muscle and muscle shape. We've got the right kind of depth of body that we're needing to have, and come in with enough angularity that we can put her in the first position for me fairly easily. The ewe lamb in second kind of more closely follows a type and kind. Another neat female when you're analyzing her off of her shoulder. She does want to be a little downheaded when you see her kind of off the move, but once you get her cranked up, she's where she needs to be. She's got, again, a lot of power in through her top and out through her hip, and taking a look at that, and she comes together when you watch her on the move. She comes together and ties herself a little neater off the move than the young man's ewe lamb here in third. Really like the length of spine the ewe lamb in third has. I really appreciate that about her. But when you watch her off the move, she doesn't come together quite as well. She breaks her top up when you get her off to the standstill here off to the side. We don't see as much muscle shape in that twist area. You don't see quite as much squareness and trueness out through that dock area. We need to keep her in third. Then around off the top fourth, another really nice female, a female that you really have to appreciate for her length of spine. We don't have as much squareness, enough muscle as the ewe lambs right above them, but another really nice one to be in the top four. Thank you.
Placing on the February and later born Slick Shorn ewe lambs for the Suffolks. First place goes to entry 150, slack 5403, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. Second to entry 156, Yazel Suffolks, 525, TJ Yazel, Paris, Kentucky. Third to entry 149, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 155, Raisa Zelensky, Brookings, South Dakota, and 5 to 151, Andrew Slack, Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Interesting group of Oxford slick-sheared ewe lambs. This is one of those classes where there is no right answer, but it is official. The ewe we have to start the class with is certainly a ewe that's pretty dynamic for her type and kind, really neat about a breed character, and it's not often we can throw a term out in this breed where we say she's freaky racked. She's freaky racked. Big top in this ewe, really sets down on all four corners kind of neatly. Like to make her tie in at that hip-loin junction a little bit better, but a very intriguing kind of ewe. Ewe in second is the better balanced of the next three ewes, certainly giving up some in terms of overall frame and length of body, but as you analyze her down her top, she's smoother at the point of her shoulder, comes back progressively wider, better on her feet and legs, expressively muscled. We'll take that over the extra notch of growth today. You in third, longer sided, like that about her bigger bone. Gets a tick softer on those root pasterns, like to bring her up just a little bit. You in fourth, larger frame than either of the two above her, but a little flatter in her muscle pattern today. All right, give me. What are you going to give me? Come on, I want some cash.
Give it to
Okay. Thanks. I know.
We get out here for our junior champion of our slicks, really four really cool individuals to take a look at, and we got a little bit of differences when we see these four out here together. I think for me it was fairly easy. When she came out, she hit me pretty hard, and we get her out here for the champion. She just continually hits me pretty hard. I really like this female right here. She's going to be your champion of this division. It gets a little bit closer then. You got some differences in the second out of that class. A big top, a big hip in there, not quite as heavily muscled as we see the Ewe that won that second class. When we start to look at what we're using here, and I like to be as consistent as possible, we're going to need to follow in with this Ewe right here for reserve. I think she needs to fall right in there very nicely. Congratulations.
For the Suffolks, we're now ready to show for our grand champion fitted ewe, so we'll need our junior champion fitted and reserve and our senior champion fitted and reserve.
For our Januaries here in Montedale's, three very similar type of ewes, I think, in overall their makeup as we see them out here today. I'm starting with the most fault-free ewe in my mind. She's a really long, level-bodied ewe, really good and extended up through that front end, standing on good feet and legs. You like the way this ewe handles out here. Just a really nice class winner in my mind. I think our ewe in second follows along very similarly. She's probably a little deeper in that flank as we view her from the side view. She just gets coarser about her front third as we get her out here today, not carrying quite the muscle in the center part of that leg is our first place ewe, but a very good ewe lamb in her own right. Ewe lamb here in third is the bigger framed ewe. We grant her for that. She's got a lot of extension up through that front end. She just gets a little wobbly off those rear legs as we get her out here on the move, not carrying quite the power of these two ewes ahead of her to get up any higher in my mind today. And then as we come out to our fourth place ewe, a good ewe lamb in her own right. Like to just clean up her head and your legs just a touch, but we talk about that overall body and that shape of her rib, an exceptional female as we see her out here today. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
For the Montedales, now ready for February ewe lambs. February ewe lambs placing on the January ewe lamb class. First place to entry number 50, J. Coors 792, Austin Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Second place to entry 37, Bon Dunn 1343, Abilene Gatson of Vandalia, Missouri. Third to 36, Abilene Gatson. Fourth place to entry 31, Jared Neumeister, New Palestine, Indiana. And 5 to 33, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Placing on the Oxford class of Slick Shorn, February ewe lambs, first to entry 59, AA 1519, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Second to entry 60, Walpy 018, Preston, Annie Schottmeyer of Batesville, Indiana. Third to entry 62, Cody Curran, Wooster, Ohio. And 4 to entry 61, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana.
we bring your females out here in the Suffolk division for your champion fitted ewe. Really like what I have out here. I'm really pleased with the structural correctness that we see on these particular females. They're right-based. Females has got some rib shape, got some dimension into them, and they're pretty when we start to analyze these heads. I'm not gonna speak anything more about them. I've talked about them already, probably too much. I'm pleased with these four. There's a couple out here that have hit me pretty hard when we're just looking at pure body profile and the way these sheep are made. The kind of sheep that I like when we're raising sheep. So without any further ado, I'll select your champion reserve of the fitted division.
So we come on our February ewe lamb class here in the model. It's just a really big, powerful ewe to start this class. A ewe is carrying a lot of bone as we get her out here today. She got some rib shape to her. You get your hands on her, there's a lot of size and width over that top and down into that leg. She's carrying a little more wool. I think it takes away from her a little bit. If we could take some of that off, it'd really freshen her up. But I think a really good ewe just to start this class with, in my mind. I think our ewe here in second follows along similarly as any. She might be a touch longer as we view her from the side view. She's a really deep-sided ewe. She just gets a little coarser down in that chest, gets a little deeper in her overall chest floor. Not carrying quite the muscle out through that lower part of that leg as our first place ewe, but a really good ewe lamb in her own right. Really extended ewe here in third, a ewe you like for her youthfulness as we see her out here today. She gets a little shallower in her makeup, gets a little steeper out over that rump as compared to those two ewes ahead of her to move up any higher in my mind today. As then we round out the class, two ewes just giving up a little too much of its overall size and scale. Starting with a ewe that's a little fresher appearing in my mind here in fourth. A big ribbed kind of ewe here in fifth to round out the class. Just gets a little shorter in her overall body makeup to move any higher in my mind today. Let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause.
Suffolk champion fitted ewe was our senior champion fitted ewe, our first place fitted yearling ewe, Knudsen 145, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet, Radcliffe, Iowa. The reserve champion fitted ewe was our fitted March ewe lamb, our junior champion, entry 134, Knudsen 15106, Jacqueline and Allison Knudsen of Centerville, South Dakota. Placing on the February class of Monadale ewe lambs, first to entry 42, Corzat 1545, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. Second to 38, Miller 15328, J.C. Coors, New Holland, Illinois. Third to 41, Alex Coors, New Holland, Illinois. 4 to entry number 40, Wyatt Clayman, Marion, Arkansas. And 5 to 43, Ariel Watson, Salesville, Ohio. Now ready for March and later ewe lambs for the Monadales.
Here for your slick champion Suffolk ewe. Again, as I said in the earlier division, really a nice group to take a look at. We had some differences in here. We've had some weather type sheep, and we've had some little more frame type sheep that are kind of coming into that middle of the road, and you really have to appreciate that. Again, I'm not going to talk any more about them. I've talked a lot about them. There's two that I think that for me they're the right kind. No matter what you're trying to do with them, we'll go out and select your champion reserve.
We've got a whale of a class Oxford ewe lambs out here, man. You have to drive a lot of miles and sort a lot of sheep to find three that are four that are as good as the top of this class. And I mean, they are powerful kind of Oxford ewes. This ewe that wins this very tough class is just a phenomenal kind of Oxford ewe in my mind. You look at her when she travels, and those lines are just so dialed in. I mean, she looks as good and strides out as good as anything that we've seen today. I mean, her chest floor stays up, her top line stays together, that middle and flank dial right in where they need to. Tremendous amount of bone, tremendously sound. Throw that in with you lay your hands on her, and it just can't get any leveler topped and more powerful down that top. And oh, by the way, she's got a head you could use for a breed standard. Just throw that in for fun. We get into our ewe in second. She is a notch more extended. That is cool. She might be a bigger yearling ewe. That's cool too. I like the fact that she's got some growth to her. Again, a good-footed ewe. Maybe not, she's good down her top. She's not as good down her top as the ewe we started the class with. Biggest bear in the class might be the ewe in third place. I mean, she's a bigger framed ewe. She's got just a ton of bone work on her. Like that about her. Decent in her breed character, but not as fancy as the other ones. And among three ewes that walk real well, she walks well, but not as good as the two right ahead of her. Next ewe in line. This ewe caught my eye when she first walked in. I mean, you got her dialed in. That neck angle sits up like it's supposed to, like that. Put a nice hip on her. A little frailer, though, in her bone work than the ones right above her, but every bit as good down her top, every bit as good out her hip. Next ewe we have in line, again, a tremendously sound-footed ewe, a ewe that shortens up a little bit flank to flank relative to the ones that we have above her.
The champion Slickshorn Suffolk ewe went to our junior champion Slickshorn out of the January ewe lamb class, Slack 5109, entry 138, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve Slickshorn ewe was our senior champion Slickshorn out of the Slickshorn yearling class, early yearling class, Macaulay 2974, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania.
Now we're ready to select your overall Suffolk Grand Champion ewe, and this is probably the worst part of the judging point here right now, because you're not really comparing apples to apples, and you got two realms of the breed, and when you got this much power out here in the breed, it's very, very difficult. And so whatever I decide to do, I'm going to make half of you upset. You know, it's okay to make one person upset because they're last, but to make half of you upset because I used the one over the other. So this is extremely difficult for me. I think when we start to look at these four, they're awfully, awfully good. You can do whatever you want to. You know, they're straight top, they're big rib, they're big hip, they're sound-footed, and they're pretty. And for me being a Hamp guy, to say that about a Suffolk, that's pretty tough, let me tell you. But they are pretty females. And I think they need to look like females. I don't care if we're raising wethers or we're raising breeding sheep or frame sheep. They got to look like females. They got to be sound, and they got to have some broodiness to them and some ruggability to them. So when we got that big show ewe that we're really happy with and we got a name for, and she's our favorite, she lives more than 2 or 3 years. And so we really need to take a look at that, and we really need to start from that ground up and go upward and build that ewe on that foundation that you have. I'm really pleased with the four that we have out here. It's a tough decision for me to pick your champion in the reserve, but I've got to do it. I'm getting paid to do that. I think all four of them are really good. Congratulations. Let's put our hands together and give these young people a round of applause for putting a set of females together that this breed ought to be proud of.
As we move into our last of our fitted classes for our Mondales, I think 4 really exceptional ewe lambs up here to start this class, especially as we talk about these top 3. I think it's really good. You can flip these around each and every way, and I could justify it no matter what you did. I think they're really good, but they're very different in their own makeup. I'm starting with the ewe. I think in my mind is just the most complete ewe. I think she's the longest bodied of the 3 as we get her out here. She's one of the levelest made, and if we talk about out over that rump, she's really good about those feet and legs. If I could, I'd maybe want to deepen her up as we view her from the side view just a touch, but I think overall she's exceptionally well and really nice representative to start this class with. You here in second is you, and talk about pretty headed as she gets those ears up. She really catches your eyes for that. You like the rib shape of this ewe. She just gets a little rounder about that shoulder work, a little rounder about out over that dock as we view her out here today in my mind to get over that first place ewe, but an exceptional ewe lamb in her own right. Very good representative of the breed. The really big broody ewes here in third. I understand those we see here today. For a young ewe lamb, she's carrying more of that condition in that chest floor. She wants to just get a little straighter off those rear hocks for me. That's what's going to get her into third. But I think when you talk about a broody type of ewe, a really big bodied ewe, she's a great example of that in a really high quality female in my mind. But a really youthful appearing ewe here in fourth. The ewe is just getting outpowered by these 3 ewes ahead of her, but I think she's got a really bright future as we get her out here today. She moves around on really good feet and legs. She's a little steeper out over that rump as we view her from behind, but I think an exceptionally really good group of ewe lambs all the way down through. Very deserving of a nice round of applause.
For our Suffolk show, our grand champion overall ewe was our slick-sheared champion. Our junior champion, which was the Slick January ewe lamb, Slack 5109, Jordan Leininger, Pierceton, Indiana. The reserve was our fitted champion ewe, our senior champion fitted ewe. First in the early class of yearling ewe, Knutson 145, Lily, Ty, Landon, and Tessa Scartweet of Radcliffe, Iowa.
On the slick-sheared ewe lamb class, a little bit different take on this class than we've seen in some of the other slick-sheared classes today, but based on what we have out here, I'm comfortable with how we're sorting them out. Certainly the most modern framed ewe in the class is the one we're using, but she's not a small ewe. She's a ewe that's put together very, very well. Tremendous in her lines, her shape out over her hip, really good footed ewe, very angular through that front end. I'm comfortable with her being in the top hole. The ewe's most like her, but with more growth, and I like that, is our ewe in second. A ewe that shows me more weight per day of age, shows me a little bit more skeletal extension, like that, good bone work, good footed, just a little shallower when we get around behind her, a little thicker hided kind of ewe than the ewe we started the class with. The ewe in third place is a ewe that really caught my eye when the young man had her stuck. Really looking good. I like the look he's given me now. A lot of extension, some balance, some bone work. When he gets off of her, I see she's a little sloppier through her chest floor, a little thicker hided. Nice job, but we saw that once or twice, and that switch ends up third and now a little further up the line. The most weight per day of age maybe is our ewe in fourth. Again, a big old massive ewe, just a little deeper through that chest, a little higher in her flank. I'd like to proportion her out a little differently today. Largest framed ewe in the class, again, is a ewe I like for the added growth that she brings us. I'd just like to give her a little bit more muscle relative to her frame.
Now ready on the Suffolk ring for State Flock. State Flock is your next class, please. Placing on the Monadale March and later fitted ewe lamb class, first place to entry 46. Nelson, 66. Miranda Nelson, Kingston, Illinois. Second to 45, Eckern, 541. Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Third place to 48, Madison Corzat, Berwick, Illinois. 4 to entry 49, Austin Kurz, New Holland, Illinois. And 5 to 47, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. Ready to show for junior champion ewe for the Oxfords, so we need the first and second place animals from the January fitted all the way through that March and later slick first and seconds in the ring. Placing on the Oxford March and later slick shorn class, first place went to entry 75, Walpe 0016, Polk, Margot Sturgis, Wooster, Ohio. Second to 76, Nichols 1538, Olivia Nichols, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. 3rd to 73, Cody Curran, Wooster, Ohio. 4 to 72, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. And 5 to 74, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. On the March and later born fitted ewe lamb class for the Oxfords, 1st to 67, AA, 1538, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. 2nd to entry 71, A. Brockman, 1433, Austin Brockman, Garden Prairie, Illinois. 3rd to 66, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 4 to 69, Lauren Moore, Carlock, Illinois. And 5 to 70, Austin Hamilton, Bryant, Iowa.
For our slick showing ewe lambs here on our Montadale show, just starting with a really big rugged ewe, a really level made ewe when she gets out on the move. Really good about that dock, carrying a lot of muscle down to that leg. Granted, she's carrying a touch bit of condition for me out here today, but when we talk about that extension up through that front and that overall power that she's bringing, she wins this class very nicely in my mind. Really level made, younger appearing ewe lamb here in second. With a ewe lamb we appreciate her levelness and her overall design, that structure she's carrying today. She's not carrying quite the amount of pounds of muscle that you ahead of her to get up higher in my mind today. Ewe lamb here in third, just getting a little coarser about her front end, especially we talk about right down into that chest floor. Not quite as level out over that rear end as compared to the two ewes ahead of her. And then a really big extended front end ewe here to round out the class. Just wants to break behind that shoulder, gets a little rounded out over that dock as compared to those ewes ahead of her to move up any higher in my mind, but a really good deep-sided ewe. Really good class of fitted. Excuse me, a six-shorn Montadale ewe lambs. Let's give them a nice round of applause.
For the Montadales, we're now ready in the ring to show for champion and reserve champion ewe. For the Oxfords, we are showing for champion and reserve champion ewe. Your next class will be best headed ewe. Placing on the slick shorn class of ewe lambs for the Montadales, first to entry number 32, 3J Coors 791, Austin Coors of New Holland, Illinois. 2nd to 53, Watson, AW 1536, Ariel Watson, Salesville, Ohio. 3rd to 52, Zane Melvin, Radnor, Ohio. And 4 to 51, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas.
I mentioned to your breed representatives a minute ago that you've had a whale of a set of young Oxford ewes out here, and you really have. I mean, study what's out here, folks. You look at the fitted ewes, you look at the slick-sheared ewes. They've got some type about them. They're tremendously sound ewes. And if you had the opportunity to lay your hands on them as I did, they wouldn't disappoint you a bit. Straight down their top, get progressively wider. They've got that product where it's going to do some good, both from a reproductive standpoint and a performance standpoint. You'll study these slick-sheared sheep, and they look very, very nice out here. They represent your breed quite well. When you consider the quality of young people that you've had bring them out here today, you've had a tremendous young ewe show. We could talk about them individually. We've already done that. Let's go out and tab a couple champions and reserves and see what they look like against the seniors. Congratulations to all these exhibitors.
We need Dorper Fall Ram Lambs into the ring that's open after the Suffolks have finished. Fall Ram Lambs for the Dorper. Winner of our Suffolk State Flock class was Pennsylvania. Again, we need Dorper Fall Ram Lambs to the ring, please. For the Oxford show, we're now ready for Best Headed Ewe. Best Headed Ewe. Oh, pardon me, the Champion Ewe overall. I apologize. Grand Champion Ewe overall, please. Our junior champion for the Oxford show goes to entry number 41. Our January ewe lamb fitted, Misty Meadows, 0750, Austin Grace of Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve junior champion was first in the fitted March and later ewe lamb class, entry 67, AA 1538, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Again, now ready for overall grand champion ewe, and then we'll have the best headed ewe class. For the Monadales, our futurity final standings: in 5th place, Melissa Pinkney with Clayman 1512. 4th, Jansen Van Horn with 3J Farms 787. 3rd, J.C. Kurz with Miller 15328. 2nd, Casey and Abilene Gatson, Eckern 541. And our winner is Alex Kurz with Van Horn 1509. For the Oxfords, our futurity winner for the Oxford show is Natalie Goodrich with Misty Meadows 0753 from Austin Grace, purchased at the Ohio Showcase sale.
Really nice group of Monadale females out here as we go for our champion reserve. I think as you go down through these females, there's a lot of consistency. As we talk about ewes, they've got some length of body. They're good in their structure. They're carrying a lot of muscle in that top down into that leg. They're carrying it with some good breed character. I think that's important too as we view them out here today. I think all these exhibitors deserve a really big round of applause. Part of a nice set of females out here today. As I saw, there was one really easy winner for our champion. Then for reserve, it gets quite a bit tighter in my mind. Go back and forth a little bit. Who matches up, in my mind, as close to anybody in that champion. So without any further ado, I'll go out and select your champion reserve. Let's give one more big round of applause. Brother, a great set of females.
Our Oxford Grand Champion ewe was our junior champion ewe. First place in the January ewe lamb class, Misty Meadows 0750, Austin Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. The reserve grand champion was our reserve junior champion, first in the March and later born fitted ewe lamb class, AA 1538, Ty Miller, Huntington, Indiana. Now ready to show best headed ewe for the Oxfords. For the Monadale show, our champion ewe was the first place yearling ewe, Temple G67, Brian Temple, Serena, Illinois. The reserve grand champion ewe was our first place senior ewe lamb, entry 29, Baugh and Dunn 1318, Abilene Gatson, Vandalia, Missouri. Junior Monadale exhibitors, once your show has been completed, you'll meet in the show ring for a group photo. Oxford exhibitors, you're showing for the first Best Headed Award. This award sponsored by Misty Meadows Oxfords.
Reserve Grand Champion.
The Reserve Grand Champion U out of the March Ewe Lamb class, entry 67, AA 1538. Ty Millers, Huntington, Indiana, was Best Headed Ewe. That does conclude our Oxford show. That closes down this ring for this evening as well. We want to thank Mark Johnson. We want to thank Dave Smith for their job so far this evening. They'll be back here tomorrow.
Here in the Dorper buck class, really a stout made type of a ram to start off the class. He is really big in that bone structure. He comes up with a lot of boldness up through that shoulder, comes out with a lot of width into that top shape, into that spine. He's the biggest and widest topped and the biggest hipped buck that we have out here. I love him for his length of spine. When you get one this long and keep himself together, you really have to appreciate that. And he's got the most muscle into his forearm and carries it all the way back out into that center portion of that leg, and especially down to that twist. For me, he just easily surfaces the first. I think it's kind of a give and take from that point on. The next buck that closely follows the type and kind as far as pure muscle mass is the ram that's going to be in second. He's another big-footed, stout-made kind of buck. Doesn't hold himself quite together maybe as you see the buck right above him, but he is really deep-ribbed, deep-flanked, and he carries that width of top into his hip and the most amount of muscle down into that twist area of the bucks right behind him. And for me, kind of combination kind of ram to be in second. The ram in third, really a nice profile type sheep. He does give up some overall body depth into him. I like to give him a little more depth, a twist into him. But when you analyze him on muscle mass, when you get back behind, he's got more width of hip. He's got more muscle dimension and width into into his leg, and especially into his twist. I'd like to change him a little bit on his back legs. He wants to roll a little bit, but when you sit back and think how wide he is into that area, then we'll keep him in third and use this white buck to be in fourth. I like the smoothness of the buck that's in fourth. He's not as rugged in his bone style, not as rugged in his bone makeup as the bucks right above him. Another long spine type of a sheep. You like him off the side over the buck that's right above him as far as his depth of rib and depth of flank. you get back behind him, he just gives overall muscle mass. I just need to have more butt in him in order to get him any higher. But overall, nice class of rams to evaluate. Thank you.
Placing on the Dorper class of fall ram lambs. First place goes to entry number 5. Dry Creek Dorper 0538. Jessica Jean Larrick, Leesburg, Ohio. Second to entry 4. Rock Solid Ranch 78. Abigail Hauser of Pikeville, Tennessee. Third to entry 3. Dylan Jones, Smithville, Tennessee. 4 to entry 7. Thane Stidman of Alma, Arkansas, and 5 to entry 2, Abby Salela of Terrell, Texas.